was a combination.
Council, thank you for your patience. I'll call this meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, December 1st at 4:38 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's workshop with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve the consent, or excuse me, the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next item is our consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to item under Department Commission reports. Item 19, Public Works 2020 Environmental Excellence Awards, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Korn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I hope everyone can hear me. All right. The Environmental Excellence Awards are our annual opportunity to recognize the businesses, organizations, and individuals in our community for their innovation and leadership in environmental stewardship and sustainability. We normally present the awards in March, but like everything else this year, those plans were postponed. This allowed us the opportunity to innovate the awards themselves as we produce videos showcasing our awardees in a more visual and interactive way. I would like to thank our communications staff, Emma, Shandy, and the production intern, and the awardees themselves for their part in creating these great videos. Our award selection committee met back in the spring, and we chose 3 worthy recipients for this year's awards from the multiple nominations we received from the community at large. And I would like to show these videos if I can share my screen. Okay. Great. All right. First, I would like to congratulate the Boise Co-op for their innovative approach to protecting the environment and their dedication to health and the community. And we'll play this video.
For years, the Boise Co-op has been a great community resource for those pursuing a healthy, sustainable lifestyle. The Co-op also incorporates this ethic into their operations and are committed to exploring innovative ways to reduce non-recyclable plastic waste and diverting food waste from the landfill. The Co-op has also eliminated the sale of plastic water bottles and transitioned to compostable billet containers. The popular Change for Change grocery bag reward program brought in $20,000 for charity in 2019. The example is set to become aware of a materials life cycle as the first step to reducing waste. We congratulate the Boise Co-op on their 2020 Environmental Excellence Award.
We are so honored and excited to be the recipients of the 2020 Environmental Excellence Award. Being a part of the Meridian community is so important to us, and we are very committed to continuing environmental excellence moving forward.
Right. The next award goes to the South Meridian YMCA for their dedication to recreation, energy efficiency, and green building practices at their new South Meridian facility.
South Meridian YMCA is a collaborative project combining recreation, health services, and education, including a tiny library made of a repurposed shipping container. The new 58,000 square foot YMCA Fitness Center was designed with energy efficiency and green building practices in mind. The The building uses a smart control system to manage the LED lighting throughout the building, and high-volume, low-speed fans to keep energy use at a minimum. We congratulate the South Meridian YMCA on their 2020 Environmental Excellence Award.
On behalf of the Treasure Valley Family YMCA, I am privileged to receive this 2020 Environmental Excellence Award from the City of Meridian. We and our partners in this project are committed to energy efficiency, and we look forward to many years to come of being environmental stewards.
And our next awardee is one of our very own of the City of Meridian, Brett Bronco. Now, Brett's being awarded for his creative approach to educate our community on the recycling initiative, Trash or Treasure.
Trash or Treasure is a community-grown recycling treasure hunt first started by Brett Bronco to honor his late brother-in-law, Matt, who was an advocate for a similar program in Canada. The basis for Trash or Treasure is essentially one person's trash is another person's treasure. In addition to eliminating potential items being thrown into the trash, the event also educates the community on the value of recycling and reusing household items. Trash or Treasure completed its fourth year in 2020 and had over 1,000 families join in, and almost 1,800 items were saved from the landfill. We congratulate Brett Bronco on his 2020 Environmental Excellence Award.
I am thankful to have this program be a part of my city, to honor the memory of my brother-in-law, and to have another opportunity for the city to reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Stop share. All right. Thanks again to our 2020 Environmental Excellence Awards recipients, the Boise Co-op Meridian, South Meridian YMCA, and Brett Bronco. Our next step is to get these videos out in social media so we can share them with everybody, whether you're at the meeting or not. So that's a good innovation in our awards program. I think we will keep using going forward. And as we close out the 2020 awards, I'd like to encourage everyone to start thinking about the 2021 Environmental Excellence Awards, and nomination forms and more information on the award program is available on the city's website. Again, thank you to our 2020 awardees, and stand for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Jason. And I can speak for all of us in saying thank you to our award selectees. I'm sure there are other applications as well, and we appreciate everyone who's taken the initiative to do the right thing for our environment here in the city of Meridian. And with that, I see if council has any comments or questions they'd like to say at this time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just a brief comment. I'm really excited to see this obviously continue through challenging times. I understand the delay makes sense, but to some of the focus on some stewardship of our environment that Councilwoman Strader had promoted with the resolution passed earlier this year, this just fits nicely with that focused commitment by the city to encourage folks to make those types of responsible choices, lead by example. So celebrating them is fantastic. It's a fantastic fit with what we're trying to focus on here with the city. So thanks for the continued good work with that.
All right.
Thank you very much. And to our people watching on YouTube, no, you were not in a time warp. That was YouTube on YouTube. Sometimes I know it's like the looking in the mirror and seeing yourself over and over again. That was not the case.
Right.
So, thank you very much, Jason.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Next year's. Next item is number 20, a budget amendment. I'm looking to see if, I don't know if that's going to be Chief Levy. Okay. With that, I'll turn this over to the fiscal year 20 budget amendment for a Live at 25 grant.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just before I begin, I want you to know I'm the stand-in for the stand-in. So if I'm a little monotone reading these points, that's why. Yes, this is about the traffic team Office of Highway Safety grant. It's a spending authority item. This is a year-long grant funded by OHS that pays for overtime funding and costs of travel for training in the areas that affect highway safety. Historically, we have received between $35,000 and $45,000 per year from the Office of Highway Safety for the same type of activity, but the money was awarded in a different format where you had to apply for several smaller grants throughout the year. We have a long history of working with the Office of Highway Safety, and they have started working with larger agencies like ours to award money upfront for the whole year and allow more latitude in how and when it is spent. The funding allows for more time spent enforcing issues of DUI, aggressive driving, seatbelts, cell phone usage, and other traffic issues that come up within our city. It is a net zero budget item, and the grant was approved by the grant committee. I will now stand for any questions and may have an answer or not.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Before we get, I'll just say I've been looking for these programs for my children, and I'm glad to see an opportunity to bring them back.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I agree with your comments. I'm curious, what was the grant amount again?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I don't know the specific amount. Just looking at the talking points, it ranges between $35,000 to $45,000 per year.
Councilman Burnt, did you say 42,000? I think that was the number.
Mr. Mayor, I believe, if I read it correctly, I believe that number is 43,000. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember, what I read.
With that, then, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Councilman Cavanagh.
Okay. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we approve the budget amendment for the police department for the Live at 25 grant for $43,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment, the amount of $43,000. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
going off my memory can be sketchy. I believe that's what I read. Do we want to confirm that before we?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I pulled that up and I'm showing for the grant amount of $21,600 for grant revenue.
Maybe it was 43. That was the next one.
And then that's for fiscal year 21. Then there's another 21,600 for 22, and so on and so on. So
21,600.
21,600, yes.
Does the motion maker amend their motion to that number?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. The second agrees.
Yep.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Aye.
Councilman Cavanagh,
Aye.
Councilwoman Strader,
Aye.
Councilman Hoagland,
Aye.
Councilman Burnt.
Aye.
All ayes, and the budget agreement is agreed to. So we'll go on to the next item, 21, which is the fiscal year budget amendment for traffic enforcement grant.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so the one we just did was for a Live at 25?
Yes.
Okay. I just read you the talking points previously for the traffic enforcement grant. I did not read you the one for the Live at 25. I apologize.
We knew that.
Any questions about the, Mr. Mayor, members of council, any questions about the traffic enforcement side?
Council, any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I believe this one is for 43,000, so I'll make a motion that we approve the budget amendment for the police department for $43,000, 21 traffic enforcement grant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
All ayes. And the amendment is agreed to. Thank you. Next item is executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206A 1A.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
All ayes, and we're adjourned into executive session. Councilman Burt.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
We have a motion second to come out of executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have another motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Also, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, December 1st, 2020 at 6 p.m. And we will begin tonight's city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all rise and join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America, and to
to
the
the
republic for
of
which
stand
it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice
liberty and
for all.
Our next item on the agenda is the community invocation, which this evening will be delivered by Pastor Jordan with Real Life Ministries. If you all would take this as a moment to join us in the invocation or take this as a moment of silence. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Lord, just come before you and first just want to say thank you for this council, city council, and mayor, leadership of our city. In the midst of the time that we find ourselves in, their leadership has been incredible. And I'm thankful to be in the community I'm in because of their leadership. I pray, God, that you would bless them tonight in the midst of their meeting, help them to make wise decisions for the best of our city. In addition, I pray you bless them as we get closer to Christmas season, Lord. May this be an amazing time in the midst of a hard time with their family and friends. Just bless their life and bless their service to our community. We pray this all in your son's name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Justin. Next item up is the adoption of the agenda. Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the agenda is agreed to. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, my apologies. They did not.
Okay. Then the next item up, we'll move on to our agenda items, resolutions. First item is resolution number 20-2245. And this is a resolution to appoint 4 members to our Solid Waste Advisory Commission. Had the opportunity to sit down with the Commission President, Steve Corey, and do interviews for these positions. It really is putting half the people, half the commission up. I don't know how we got off, Mr. Neri, on this one, where we are just slightly off in terms of having a lot of our commission of being appointed at this one term compared to normally try to have them a little bit more spaced out. But we do have reappointments to the commission, as well as a new reappointment from a former individual who moved to Boise and is serving as someone as a professional in the area from his years on the commission prior to that, in Scott Walters. And I think many of you are probably familiar with Randy Spiewak. His involvement with HOAs in our community is legendary, and he was looking for a way to get involved, and is very knowledgeable, very interested in how this impacts our local homeowner associations. And then Taryn Richmond definitely brings a marketing aspect. And as SWAC is looking at ways to continue with great public involvement and education in their new innovative programs that we just saw, such as Trash to Treasure, having that interest and expertise, I think will serve them very well as they look to build on those successes as we move forward. So I'd be happy to answer any comments or questions. I do see we have Mr. Trash Talk Tom on here as well. If you have any questions about where SWAC is headed, or take a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe a comment and a motion. Some fantastic appointments and reappointments, and excited to see SWAC continue their work. And with that, I would move that we approve resolution number 20-2245.
Councilman Burt. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. I do see we have Taryn on the call. I don't know if she'd like to make any comments, but if she would, be happy to have her unmute herself and make any comments. Well, I don't see her unmuting herself, so we will just go ahead and move on at this point in time and say thank you, council, for your confirmation of those appointments. So with that, we will move on to our action items this evening. First up is a public hearing for Pure Vita Ridge Ranch, H 2020-0064. I will open this public hearing with staff comments and turn this over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you see the presentation and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. The applications before you are a request for annexation and zoning, preliminary plat, and a planned unit development. This site consists of 26.34 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located at 3727 East Lake Hazel Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium high density residential, which calls for 8 to 12 residential units per acre. Annexation of 26.34 acres of land with R8 zoning, which consists of 6.64 acres, and R15 zoning, which consists of 19.69 acres, is requested for the development of 157 single-family residential homes consisting of a mix of detached, attached, and townhome units at a gross density of 8.23 units per acre, excluding undevelopable areas, consistent with the medium-high density residential future land use designation for this property. The area proposed to be zoned R8 consists of the upper rim area at the southwest corner of the site proposed to develop with single-family residential detached homes, which will provide a transition to future medium-density residential development to the south. The area proposed to be zoned R15 consists of the slope and the lower valley area on the remainder of the site, proposed to develop primarily with townhomes and a couple single-family residential attached units, which should be consistent with the future medium-high density residential development to the east and west. A development agreement is recommended as a provision of annexation. A preliminary plat is proposed to subdivide the property consisting of 157 buildable lots, consisting of 30 detached, 2 attached, and 125 townhome units, and 35 common lots on 26.34 acres of land in the R8 and R15 zoning districts. The plat is proposed to develop in 4 phases as shown on the phasing plan on the right. The first phase is nearest Lake Hazel Road, with subsequent phases progressing to the south, with the last phase at the southwest corner of the site, which requires a public street access to be provided from the south. Access is proposed via 1 public street and 1 emergency-only access via East Lake Hazel Road. 1 stub street is proposed to the west, and 2 stub streets are proposed to the south for future extension. And 1 stub street is planned to the east boundary of the site from Poema subdivision for interconnectivity. A bridge is required to be constructed across the 10-Mile Creek to the east on the subject property in this location. Alleys and common driveways are proposed off internal public streets for access to the proposed units. Traffic calming is proposed on Road 3, which is over 700 feet in length by narrowing the street down to 24 feet between roads 6 and 7. Roads 3, if you can see my cursor here, is right here, that long stretch. The ACHD 5-year work plan shows Eagle Road north of Lake Hazel widened in 2023 and Lake Hazel east of Eagle Road being widened in 2024. Preliminary plat lines are shown in red that are either in process or have been approved. And just to note, the prelim lines depicted to the south are outdated and reflect a subdivision, Skybreak, that was recently withdrawn. A planned unit development is proposed to enable the development of a mix of single-family residential detached, attached, and townhome units on the site at a gross density of 8.23 units per acre, and that, as I previously stated, excludes the undevelopable slope areas, while preserving the natural topography of the property and the 10-mile creek. This property has significant topography, which prevents development of over 25% of the property for buildable lots. The applicant states there is a 58 feet height difference between the valley floor and the rim, with an average slope of approximately 40%. As part of the planned unit development, the applicant requests deviations from UDC standards pertaining to building setbacks as shown on the preliminary plat, sidewalks, landscaping along pathways, and cul-de-sac and block face lengths. The details and justification for such is included in the staff report. A 35-foot wide street buffer is proposed along Lake Hazel, containing a berm, and landscaping is proposed within common areas except for the portion of the site that's on the hillside. No landscaping or sprinklers are proposed, as the area is proposed to be left natural and unimproved. The applicant states low-growing vegetation currently exists in this area that doesn't require supplemental moisture, and installing an irrigation system would cause unnecessary damage to the hillside. The Homeowners Association is proposed to be responsible for reducing fuels on an annual basis at a minimum. A fire safety plan was submitted as requested due to staff's concern about the potential danger of wildfires in this area. The plan illustrates how the proposed development plan will comply with the current Boise City Fire Prevention Code 7-01-69, Chapter 49. This plan has been approved by the fire department, subject to some minor modifications. Qualified open space in excess of the minimum standards, a minimum of 2.63 acres or 10% is required. A total of 5.25 acres or 19.92% is proposed, consisting of half the street buffer along Lake Hazel, linear open space, MUSE, and open grassy areas of at least 50 feet by 100 feet in area. This does not include the unimproved hillside area. Site amenities in excess of UDC standards are proposed. A minimum of 1 qualified site amenity is required. Proposed amenities consist of a 10-foot wide, 1,631-foot long segment of the city's multi-use pathway system along the east boundary of the site adjacent to the 10-mile creek, a 16-foot by 16-foot shelter with a picnic table, 2 8-foot by 12-foot arbors with benches and separate common areas, and a dirt trail and a paved 5-foot wide pathway on the hillside, 4 workout stations, and a tot lot with children's play equipment. Pathways are proposed around the perimeter of the development and internally, with connections to the multi-use pathway along the creek adjacent to the east boundary of the site. A pathway and trails are also proposed in the unimproved slope area, providing pedestrian connections between the upper ridge and lower valley lots. A parking plan was submitted as shown that demonstrates compliance with the off-street parking standards for residential uses. A total of 20 additional off-street parking spaces are proposed for guests in many parking lots dispersed throughout the development. And an additional 88 spaces can be accommodated on street for a total of 108 extra spaces. This is down from 157 spaces shown on the previous plan due to recommendation by the commission for revisions to those areas. As noted, the 10-mile creek is a natural waterway that runs along the eastern boundary of the site. As such, the UDC states that fencing should not prevent access to the waterway. However, in limited circumstances and in the interest of public safety, larger open water systems may require fencing as determined by the City Council, Director, and/or the Public Works Director. Fencing is not proposed or desired by the applicant. The applicant states water flows year-round in the creek, is shallow and slow-flowing at an approximate depth of 18 to 24 inches and is overgrown with cattails, as shown on the pictures here. The depth of the waterway in relation to the surrounding land is approximately 6 feet from the top of the bank to the bottom of the channel, and the width is approximately 15 to 20 feet. Fencing the creek would likely impede the irrigation district's ability to maintain the drain. Because this is not a large open water system with deep, fast-flowing current, staff is not overly concerned. However, any waterway may present a hazard to young children. For this reason, staff is recommending fencing is installed along the creek to restrict access unless otherwise waived by City Council. The applicant is requesting a waiver to this requirement from you tonight. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the single-family residential detached and townhome units that consist of a variety of 1, 2, and 3 stories with a variety of vertical and horizontal siding, stucco, brick, stone, veneer accents with wood and timber design elements with gable-style shingle roofs with metal accent roofing on some elevations. Updated concept elevations were submitted for the 3-story units as shown that more closely align with the style of the other units in the development. These units incorporate a combination of flat and single pitch roofs at a height of less than 40 feet, with each having a rooftop deck. 2-story elevations in the same style shown on the right were also submitted as another option. The final design will be enhanced with additional materials and design elements to be cohesive with the other units in the development. To ensure quality of development within the PUD, in accord with the UDC, the applicant and staff's recommendations submitted design guidelines for the overall development to be included in the development agreement that promote innovative design that creates visually pleasing and cohesive patterns of development. To ensure compliance with these guidelines and the design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual, staff recommends all structures, including single-family detached, are subject to design review. The commission recommended approval of this project. Jay Gibbons, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. Annette Alonzo, representing the Southern Rim Coalition, testified in opposition. Written testimony was received from Jennifer Loveday. Key issues were the opinion that existing roadways in this area cannot support additional traffic without improvements, and schools can't support the influx of children this, along with other developments approved in this area, will bring. Concern pertaining to the density proposed, she felt was too high, and lack of a buffer to adjacent rural property where a horse facility is located. Preference for more and larger open spaces to be provided, and this was addressed with the revised plan. Connectivity between the upper and lower portions of the development, and protection of the southern rim area and preservation of the natural hillside. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows: the plan for wildfire prevention on the unimproved hillside area, timing for development of the R8 portion at the southwest corner of the site, the desire for fencing to be provided along the creek for public safety, the capacity of existing area schools to handle additional children and the new schools planned in this area, the desire for more and larger usable common open spaces to be provided. As I mentioned, this was addressed with the revised plan. The upper and lower portions of the development to be better integrated and would like to see a better plan for the hillside. They were in favor of the 3-story product and usable roof area and location of the units against the hillside. They were in favor of the fitness loop amenity and trail system between the upper and lower portions of the development. The commission made the following change to the staff recommendation. They were in favor of the 3-story product type with the flat roof, but wanted the design to tie in better with the other units. And those were the updated elevations that I shown previously, as shown here on the screen. So they did update those since the commission hearing. There are a couple outstanding issues for council tonight. The applicant requests council approval, as I mentioned earlier, to not construct fencing along the 10-mile creek. If council doesn't feel fencing is necessary to preserve public safety, condition number 3D should be deleted. And the applicant requests approval to submit final design guidelines for the development after the hearing for inclusion in the development agreement. Those were required in the staff report to be submitted prior to the council hearing tonight. There has been no written testimony since the commission hearing. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And I don't know if we have other folks on that have looked at the schools. Just looking, Mountain View High School, over 2,500 enrolled, capacity for just shy of 2,200. That's pretty far over capacity. I guess we've got COVID. Maybe that's an element, but I heard there is an expansion project at Rocky Mountain. Could you give us a flavor for their ability to take on additional students?
I cannot, Councilwoman Strader. I'm not sure if comments were submitted from Miranda on that or not. I'm
Mr. Mayor.
Trying to look.
Schrader.
I had copied the clerk on some questions about that to Miranda earlier today. It was a little later in the day. I'm not sure if she's had time. I just was hoping for an update on that topic.
Yeah, she must not have. I haven't been copied on anything.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I guess a general question for staff, maybe not necessarily for Sonia, but I'm curious exactly what part of the property is within the 5-minute response time and what part is not. We could save that for later if we're going to speak with them.
I believe, is Joe on tonight?
Yes, he
Bongiorno?
Is. Yeah, if you give me just a second, I was just about to pull up the map when you asked about it.
Yeah, it is included in his comments in the agency comments on the public file.
Yeah, I believe all along the bottom edge of the. I'm just getting in there right now. Apologize. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm happy to add the comments that Miranda emailed out if Liz was unable to see them earlier regarding the schools.
You did see a response from Miranda.
We do have a response from Miranda talking about the capacity at Rocky Mountain and how they're handling it and what Miranda's take was on it.
Yeah, if you'd like to share that with all of council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Miranda's email says, from seeing how Rocky Mountain operated pre-COVID and over capacity and hearing how Mountain View is operating now, I feel safe saying just about 450 over capacity is a good enrollment for a high school to sit at. This due to the fact that students travel, change rooms, co-op, etc. High schools have more opportunities to get creative with placement than the other two levels. Rocky Mountain, for example, with 1,800 capacity was above 2,200 before they started having real issues aside from student parking.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you can allow me to share my screen, I can show the map.
Mr. Bongiorno, you should have ability now.
Okay.
At the bottom of your screen, you should have a green button that says share screen.
Got it. Can you guys see that map now?
Yep.
Okay, so you can see the slime green is our 5-minute response time. So we're just cutting off the bottom edge of the map.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up. And so thank you very much. What I was curious about was also, because of the topography, does it make it so that getting to these other areas is a real challenge or not? like, I don't have a flavor for what this hill looks like, not living in that area. And so does that mean that's like 30 seconds over the 5-minute fire response, or does having this big hill make a huge difference? Just wanted to get your take on it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, this particular area, because they did give us good access all along the hillside, the response to the hillside may be, an extra minute, 30 seconds, depending on traffic and weather. But they ran the road along that hillside, as I'm sure Jay will talk about. And that also gives us a buffer as part of the fire plan that we made them submit to the city. So getting to the hillside shouldn't be an issue for us. It's just that extra time turning the corner, getting around and actually getting to the hillside would be the issue. Obviously, we have, Station 8 potentially is less than a mile away, which would make this whole area green solid once that is up and running.
Council, any further questions for staff? Okay. I see that the applicant is joining us. Mr. Gibbons, if you'd like to state your name and address for the record, you'll be recognized for 10 minutes. 15 minutes, sorry.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, first I'll identify myself. I'm Jay Gibbons. I'm the owner's representative. My address is 2002 South Vista, Boise, Idaho. If you allow me to share my screen, I have a presentation. Can you see my presentation okay?
Not yet, Jay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilman, pleasure to be before you tonight.
Jay, we don't see it yet.
Oh.
Now we see it.
Okay, are we there now?
Yep.
Can you see it okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So Pura Vida Ridge Ranch, as staff presented, it's on the south side of Lake Hazel Road. Abuts Boise Ranch on one side, new subdivision with the Calvary Church, Poema subdivision. You've got Hillsdale Park and the South Meridian YMCA half a mile to the north. So we're here to ask for annexation into the city of Meridian with R8 and R15 zoning classifications. We've got a proposed development, 157 building lots with 35 common lots, and a whole lot of amenities, connections, and a whole lot of open space. A total of, almost 41% of our 26.34 acres is open space, natural and otherwise. We are proposing a bridge connection over 10 Mile Creek, which provides our secondary access to all phases after phase 1. We also stubbed to 4 adjacent properties or 3 adjacent properties and 4 stubs. And we did have a traffic study approved by ACHD, which will require improvements to Lake Hazel, depending on, what level of improvements depends on how quickly, our development progresses. And the timing of that, you know, if it's in conjunction with ACSD's proposed project, or if it's it starts before ACHD's project. So I've laid out here basically the commission's concerns that we addressed at the September 17th and October 22nd hearing. We did secure a recommendation of approval, and with the recommendation that we explore a three-story flat roof product on 32 lots. And I'll show you where those are in a moment. We try to come up with a unique design in order to meet the comprehensive plan. A medium-high residential, it calls for a whole lot of density. We have an attached product for the most part. Although R15 is an attached single-family residential lot project. Each home is on a lot, and most of the buildings are connected 4 to 5, 3, 4, 5 units or lots to a building. It's phased. We're required to provide a fire-wise plan. It was suggested by the fire department. P&Z wanted to see it before they would entertain any kind of motion for a recommendation. And so prior to the October 22nd, we prepared a fire-wise plan. We prepared architectural design guidelines. And as staff said, I'm asking for, the reason I don't have them finalized at the moment is I need council's input on the three-story. We have to come up with a three-story treatment, a plan that works for the city so that I can finalize those. They have to be finalized and you know, codified in a development agreement. So we need to figure out which direction to go on that. So that's one outstanding issue. So this is our original plan. We did have 3 public 24-foot streets that abutted the hillside through the P&Z process. They wanted to see more cohesive, connected open space, and they wanted specifically some open play area. So, like I said, this is vehicular connection points that we were required to put in, and we did coordinate with all the owners to the appropriate locations. They line up with the adjacent development plans, and it took some time to do that, but it's all been copacetic, which is good. So our updated site plan in the center, you'll see there used to be 2 residential homes in between road 4 went around it. We took road 4 out, took those 2 units out. We actually moved them, took a parking lot out, lost 14 spaces, and put them over next to the drain on the south side of the bridge access road. And that created, we have open play area that's half a soccer field, plus we have a tot lot, plus there's the exercise fitness equipment station in that space, and there will be a bicycle repair station at the same location, because the trail system you see up the natural hillside will be a dirt trail. It will have rest stations on it as well. It as Steph said, it is a 58-foot plus high rim to the upper lots. We don't have vehicular connection to that, and that is our very last phase. And we recognize that this will not be developed until the property to the south comes up with a development plan and gets to a phase that provides that connection. There are 30 lots in it. Pedestrian bicycle wise, it does connect to and through the rest of the development. Our pedestrian circulation plan, as you can see, all the red is the sidewalks along the roads. They are on both sides of the now 27-foot wide roads that have the 3-story product, which is between the hill and Road 3 on the southeast portion of the hill, basically. And that is the only area. We're not proposing 3-story units anyplace else in order to provide a good transition to neighboring properties. But we have a whole lot of pedestrian connections, including the multi-use pathway that runs along 10 Mile Creek. So our 2-story product, conceptually, these are a townhouse project in the River District in Eagle that I was involved in. Very nice variation of colors, textures, materials, timbers, and what have you, roof planes, a lot of windows. It's a very popular product. It's very, you know, they fill them up just as soon as they could build them. And these ones have, these ones back up, they're all rear loaded. They back up on a shared driveway. All the utility connections come in through the driveway. The front door is on a common mew between the two buildings, and it's a very nice product. We also have a 2-story that's more in the center of the development. That is a 2-car garage. They have 20 by 20 concrete pad driveways, and again, they have multiple colors. They have multiple roof planes and textures, and you know, that we're trying to come up with a really cohesive way to tie all of our product together. Our proposed 3-story product, it's they're on 24-foot wide by they're actually 64-foot lots, but we have a 40-foot depth, which includes a 2-car garage, and the 20 parking pads on the 27-foot wide roads, meets the fire code. And these have a combination of flat and single pitch roofs that each unit has a private deck. It's on the top, it's on the 3rd floor of the front, it's on the 2nd floor of the back one. So you have decks that look out on a mew, and you also have decks on the backside on the roadway side itself, and it provides a lot of choice for future residents. Our R8 product is consistent with the R15 product type that has, you know, similar colors, textures, roof planes, lots of variety. And all of so we ask for exceptions to the R15 setbacks, as staff showed you, but our R8 product will conform with the current city standard of R8 setbacks. This is our recreation and fitness plan. It illustrates 3/4 mile loop, using the multi-use pathway connections around the perimeter, along the base of the hill, all the way across. It connects to open space, usable open space all along the way. And the yellow dots are the different fitness stations. We have 4 of those scattered equidistant, basically, around the development or throughout the development. We think it's a very, we're marketing to, you know, a new generation, fitness-based and recreation-based, and we've got a lot of opportunity on this unique site, this unique layout for development. So to get back to the fencing question, condition 3D speaks to fencing along the creek. City standard, as the former pathway manager, didn't require fences along the creeks themselves. We ran into issues with irrigation districts tearing them up when they were trying to clean out their ditches on occasion. And the city's responsible for you know, repairs at that point. Want to avoid that. So as a creative solution, we believe we still need a fence between public and private space. So we are proposing a 5-foot wrought iron style fence that goes between every building. And, you know, so that the driveway, the shared driveway has a fence set back from the end of the driveway. So you have some landscape buffer between fence and the driveway itself. And then there's still a 5-foot strip at least that will be landscaped along the pathway itself. And then there are gates across the mews, or fences with gates across the mews, that will allow our residents, future homeowners, to access the multi-use pathway, but still limit public access into their private space. And so I'm going to ask for council's dispensation to say, okay, you don't have to put a fence along the canal side of the pathway itself, because we are going to fence the entire length of the pathway on the private side anyways. So as I spoke, we were talked about architectural design guidelines. Those will be integrated into CCNRs and enforced by the HOA, reviewed by the development's future architectural review board. Those haven't been finalized, like I said, because we don't have an agreed upon with the city anyways, as far as what the 3-story form of that building is going to be. So those, I have some modifications to make to that before I can actually submit those and incorporate them into the development agreement. We did provide a draft wildland urban interface fire safety plan. It's a draft because, again, we need a development plan to be finalized so that I can augment what I propose as a draft and include specific plant materials, building materials, and what have you that will be on the buildings to create that defensible space and setback between the hillside, the base of the hillside, and the homes themselves, plus how to set the terms for long-term maintenance by the HOA, annually, semi-annually, could be, could be monthly, but we don't want to, if we irrigate the hillside, you end up with increased, vegetation. That's more fire fuel load. So, we want to be safe all the way around, and so it needs to be approved by Meridian Fire, the final iteration, and it too will be integrated into the CCNRs and the design review or the design guidelines themselves. So here are some perspectives that I prepared. They are real scale. The buildings don't show color because we want the feel of the community more so than just trying to sell the current colors of the homes or the textures of materials themselves. So, but it shows that we do have the 10 Mile Creek that runs the entire east border of the property. We have the multi-use pathway. You can see that in the distance is the 58-foot rim. There are some homes proposed up there for scale. Back here in the corner, these are the only 32. These are the only 3-story. There are 32 3-story lots. Everything else is a 2-story product. This is our entrance. Future right-of-way improvements. There will be landscaped and augmented, and we'll have a sign. We'll have to come back for a sign permit for a sign itself. This in the lower left corner is our shared driveways, basically. Well, actually, this is the alley itself, where you can see you got the alley and you have the parking pads, 2-car garages, and we want to have landscape between the driveways as well, so it's just not a sea of asphalt or concrete for that matter. And then this is looking down a Mu in the lower right corner, looking at the Mu, and you can see it's actually larger than you think it is, and it will be very nicely landscaped. And then in the upper left corner, we show the new 3-story product, and this is the 2-story product. You have just on the right side of that 2-story product is where that new open space that we put in with the tot lot and the open play area. You can see that the 3-story, even 3-story, is still really commiserate with what the top of the roof on a 2-story is. So it's not like a big scale issue. It blends and will work out pretty good. In the upper right corner, you can see the open play area. We'll leave the trees on the perimeter. We have a tot lot. And then we have some different views from different aspects that down from the bridge looking at the hill. That's you can see the 3-story houses are still way below what the elevation of the top of the ridge is. They're kind of hidden. It's a great place to have a different product. With that, we feel our proposal complies with the comp plan, it complies with the development code. It's compatible with existing and planned future developments in the vicinity. We have Lake Hazel is a mobility corridor. That's why on the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, it's projected to be medium high residential because of the mobility corridor, and we're trying to meet that standard and provide a development that isn't multifamily, it's single family. That's what we want to hang our hat on. We have neighborhood, we have street connections to the neighboring properties. We provide exceptional recreational opportunities and open space, and we provide a unique housing type, give to the next generation. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Jay. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
thank you for being here this evening, Jay. That was a very well done presentation. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have three questions for you, if I may, and you can respond to them. I am sorry, I have a frog in my throat tonight. Excuse me. You can respond to them in whatever order you prefer. The first one is I'm curious about why this level of density in this location. I have seen a few of these types of properties in South Boise that are not close to services, and this one as well. It's not really going to be within walking distance of services. We have a really good idea of what's going in surrounding this property, and I'm just curious why this level of density somewhere where it's walkable within the development itself, but it's really not walkable, outside of it, with the exception of maybe going up to the YMCA. Just want to know your thoughts on that. What was it, just the geography and the challenges of the property itself that caused this amount of density to go in? I guess I'm just trying to, there's something about it that makes me feel like it doesn't quite fit in this location. So I'm trying to reconcile that. And secondly, also curious about concerns regarding parking. So I noticed on the maps that some of these units are going to be over 2,000 square feet. And in the application letter, the summary that was sent, it says that this is well suited for young professionals and empty nesters. So I guess I'm trying to just understand a 4-bedroom, 2,200 square foot home that fits that type of demographic. And if it's a young professional and they have 2 or 3 roommates that also have vehicles, where do we put 4 vehicles and that kind of thing? Especially in the units that don't even have a 20 by 20 driveway. And then my third question is, who's regulating the parking concerns on private roads? So I would anticipate that the homeowners association is doing so, but what is going to be established, what's going to be put in place if a neighbor with a 3/4 ton parks in front of my house and I'm getting ready to leave for work, kind of thing. I think that question's probably pretty clear. So if you wouldn't mind answering those, I appreciate it.
You bet. Mr. Mayor, council person for all. So first question, as far as density is concerned and why we have this much density is like I said, Lake Hazel is a mobility corridor. It's the only road on the south side of the freeway that connects from Gallon Road all the way to Robinson Road in Nampa. And so also, the city's comprehensive plan drove this density at this point, and it's been asked as to why, but it's because it's a mobility corridor, and so you could get more density if you went to multifamily homes or multifamily in apartments, but we want to bring families here. We want to bring young people that don't have families. Heck, I'm over 55. I would like one of these potentially. I'm tired of mowing 2 acres of lawn at this point in my life. But so the density was driven by the city's wishes to have a higher density in this particular location, is between, basically the 3 properties. You've got the church property that has a plan, our property, and the property to the west of us. Those properties are all in the medium high density district according to the comp plan. And if we propose single family 8 or 10,000 square foot residences, we couldn't comply with the comp plan. It'd be same old, basically. But we wanted to provide a unique style for a different lifestyle. And yeah, the site is quite challenged topographically, as well as, you know, you've got the 10-mile drain, and it's 50 plus easement. It's entirely, our property line is on the east side of the ditch. It's all across our property. You can't develop in the floodplain. It does have a floodplain. And so it's just challenging, but this is where we found a happy medium to work within the city's comp plan and with staff in order to make this development work within code. As far as your question, parking wise, yes, my original narrative was based on the plan that we had. We had a ton of parking lots all along the base of the hill there. There was parking where the three roads were, 4, 5, and 6. That now there's 2 that are around the 3-story. Planning and Zoning Commission wanted to see more green space, and we didn't need that level of parking per se. Plus, we added a new product type that had you know, driveways, and they actually, you know, they have doors to enter off the product type. You can get in, you know, guests can come in through the door off the driveway as well as the front door off the mew. So I think we have a happy medium. We do have parking all along the 33-foot road, which is the major road that runs kind of southeast or northwest. But also to that, there are no private roads. They're all public roads. We do have alleys and we do have shared driveways, but all the roadways are public roads. So the HOA isn't who's going to drive the parking requirements. ACHD has also required that we have no parking signs in particular locations to ensure that shared driveways don't get blocked or that people don't park on the 27-foot roads. There is no parking on the roads around the 3-story units themselves. So when we first developed this concept, we because what we saw in Eagle didn't require a lot of parking, we wanted to add a lot of parking. And so we purposely made wider roads and have parking lots to do that. We changed the plan because the Planning and Zoning Commission asked us to. And it actually, you know, it was an improvement. So did I answer all your questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Yes, I believe so. Thank you so much. I know I threw a lot at you. Yeah, just, you know, as you know, federal requirements don't allow real estate to be marketed to a particular demographic. And so you have to just kind of be prepared for whatever type of individual or family wants to purchase in an area. So I always want to make sure that we've covered all of the possible issues. So thank you very much.
That's why we added a tot lot as well, because you don't know who your future market will be.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
A couple questions for Mr. Gibbons. Jay, are there any 20 by 18 driveways that remain? I know that was an issue. Are they all 20 by 20, which I think is the required size?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, yes, all the driveway parking pads are 20 by 20.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
And the other question.
Originally, some of them were drawn at 18 by 20, and staff pointed that out. So when we updated the plan, they're 20, everything's 20 by 20.
Great, Thank you. And follow up, if you might, Jay, on the single family site on top of the hill. I think I heard Sonia mention that that hillside is, a 40% slope, which is quite steep. And of course, with homes up against that, there's that out of sight, out of mind mentality. Is the homeowners association going to be in charge of preventing dumping or having homeowners clean up if they want to dump grass and leaves and trash over the back fence going down the hill, which also represents a fire hazard? But how will that be enforced?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yes, that is part of the CCNRs as well as the Firewise plan, which will be part of the CCNRs. There won't be any dumping, and the HOA is certainly responsible to enforce those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jay, great seeing you. Appreciate you being here tonight. Interesting presentation, interesting product. I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about kind of the phasing plan, recognizing phase 4 is somewhat required on the connection piece. But in terms of phases 1, 2, and 3, how quickly do you or your employer plan to start building these?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. So yes, our R8, the 4th phase, that is entirely dependent on others. We're not in a hurry for that. We can only develop phase 1, which is basically from Lake Hazel down around the loop, the first loop there. That's our phase 1. Can't go beyond that until we have secondary access, which means building a bridge across the creek. And so initially, we're going to turn around and get a final plat together and move on phase 1 as fast as we can. Also, one other challenge with 10 Mile Creek in the floodplain is that until the developer to the north, Brighton, replaces that culvert across the road, and that culvert is intended to reduce the flood potential. That's what backs up at the moment and creates that floodplain, like so many other culverts throughout the city on 5 Mile Creek and 10 Mile Creek and others. Until a LOMAR is adopted, that's a process. It's underway, but it's going to take some time before we can build anything, even in phase 1, along the creek itself. So we're limited by a lot of neighboring development at the same time. And so, as much as I'd like to say, yeah, we'd like to build it out in the next 5 years, is that feasible given all the pieces falling into place? Maybe not. We might have to soft shoot a little bit, but we're prepared for it. My owner and developer are very interested in specifically the product type and the potential for what it brings to the area. And so they'd love to build it as fast as they could, but we'll see how it shakes out.
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Jay, being real frank, if you guys are slower on this, it makes me feel better. I think the product type is really unique. I do have just some concerns about fire service to the slope, without a doubt the impact on the schools. Obviously, we know we've got some roadway improvements that are coming down the pipe, but just being able to get a good sense about what this looks like calendar-wise for you is helpful.
Councilman Cavanagh, one thing about the schools too that came out in the first hearing is that technically there are 2 schools, one on Lake Hazel to the west and one someplace, and I'm not sure that it's the high school on Amity, but there are two schools in the pipeline to be built already. I don't know the exact locations, but that takes some of the heat off as far as schools are concerned. The road improvements as you know, road improvements only come with development anyways, but there are a number of improvements that we have to, because of the traffic study that we conducted and had approved by ASHD. There's a number of improvements that we're going to have to do as part of this development plan anyways. Including giving a bunch of right of way, but improving the road itself is one of them.
Mr. Mayor.
Administrator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibbons. We, in the past, the city has had several areas that have been redesignated into federal floodplains. It's caused us a big headache with homeowners, certainly with their ability to improve their properties, to get out of, just really has caused some bad situations. Can you give us a feeling for what kind of construction you're imagining? Are you going to be grading this? Like, how are you going to handle the proximity to 10 Mile? And then I guess maybe a follow-up question to what Mr. Kavanagh is asking, or just a statement. I'm of the same mindset. Schools are really far over capacity, and a source of frustration for me is that I don't think we're building in a projection on the absorption of the students that we've already approved and developments that are coming up. And so I look at this like 400 over capacity to me may not be a realistic number. Would you be comfortable limiting your phasing in some way, or agreeing to develop a certain phases, you know, at different milestones, maybe along with our fire department or something along those lines that would give us some assurance about when each phase will happen?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, or Councilperson Strader, as far as the floodplain is concerned and improvements to the property itself, so we've got to treat our storm drainage on site, and that means that the roadway has to be 3 foot above the highest groundwater. We do have high groundwater, so we're going to have to do a lot of raising of the site as well. That it's going to also help our future home building efforts as far as getting them out of the floodplain. So those things will be addressed when our engineer starts his work on the final plat itself for construction utilities and what have you. But, you know, that's one of the challenges. There's also, you know, there's the geotech report pointed out, you know, we have high groundwater and we have, it's been historically pasture, and so there's going to have to be a lot of grading to shore up the structural stability of the soils itself too. So as far as grading in the floodplain is concerned, when it's all said and done, we will have adequately protected our future residents from the floodplain. Future improvements across 10 Mile will certainly help that as well. And we also want to play well with our neighbors, our future residents, our neighboring properties, and the city at large. Remind me what your second question was.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I was curious if you would be open to tying your development agreement to like some type of a phasing plan in terms of timing. At least that would make me feel more comfortable. I can only speak as one council person here. If all of these homes were delivered within a year, I would be extremely uncomfortable. I don't think that's your plan, but I would be really uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable from a fire perspective, first and foremost. Like the 5-minute safety thing to me is kind of a hard line. I've been having a very hard time going past that 5-minute marker. I just feel like if we're making exceptions all the time, what's the point of having a standard? And so if you could tie your phasing to fire access, and we're building a new fire station, that might make me feel better. Or if you wanted to just create some type of milestones of when you're going to build each phase over time. For me, it's really schools and fire are my number one concerns. And then just in general, this location, you've got the wildfire risk, you've got the floodplain. you know, hats off to you. You've certainly got grit. You're not afraid of the biblical risks of this location, but I have faith that you can figure those things out. Your answer previously gave me some comfort, but I do have concerns in general about the location as well still.
Mr. Mayor, Councilperson Strader, so a development agreement is somewhat a negotiation between the city and a property owner, developer, that guides that development. And I believe that we can certainly work with the city to come up with a phasing or milestones or whatever that takes. I don't know what those are, and it may be a moving target a little bit, but we can certainly sit down and we can figure that out. Like I said, it's a challenging site all by itself. So making some adjustments to the phasing plan and you know, building pattern and what have you, yeah, by all means, let's do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
On pro.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons, for stating that. I agree with Councilwoman Strader's concerns, that they're the same exact concerns I had as I was reviewing this, preparing for the meeting. And I would also be very much in favor of a phasing plan. I realize you can't give specific dates. You don't know that yet, but to just have a general idea of a timeline that might meet some of what the city is already working on in terms of providing services to that area.
Mr. Mayor, Councilperson Pearl, yeah, that's, you know, I'm not familiar at the moment with what the status of fire station number 8 is, or, you know, the school plan, or, you know, the school's funding plan, which is always a wild card and everything too. But yeah, if we can, you know, sit down and share some information. You know, we've worked very closely with Fire Chief Bongiorno to date, getting to this point, and his comments and his direction helped us, you know, lay out the roads and the phasing in the first place. So between staff, council, and fire department and whatever, we can certainly, you know, come up with some guidelines.
Jake, just out of curiosity, what impact, if any, is there if you're never able to develop phase 4 from what is offered to the residents here? You, as you said before, you have no control over the access based upon whatever develops up on the north side, and I'm sorry, in the south up on the bluff. But let's say that's 30 years out before that property ever develops, because for whatever reason, how does that impact this development in your opinion?
Mr. Mayor, as far as the R8 itself is concerned, and because of the access challenges for that matter, and there's an existing home up there at the moment. Granted, that access will be cut off because it comes down a massive cut and fill graded road down to Lake Hazel, and you know, access through another neighboring property, you know, a driveway to a driveway basically is certainly possible. And until that point, you know, if it never develops, it is not make or break for the rest of the development plan. What we really show from it, and the reason we have RA up there in the first place is because that's kind of what the potential development. We've been through three different development plans for that south property to date, just getting to this point, and they've been before us and ahead of us in the city process twice, and found out tonight they've withdrawn again. So, you know, that top of the hill can sit. It's got the existing house that could remain in perpetuity for that matter. But we have a plan. If we get access, we have a plan, and we'll, you know, what this piece of property can become.
From a practical standpoint, HOA costs, amenities, none of that is, how much of that, to your knowledge, would be impacted? None?
Mr. Mayor, not a whole lot. You see that, you know, there are 3 or 4 pieces of open space connections. And really, if nobody lives up there and all we have is an existing house up there, we don't necessarily have the connections that need to go to the roads per se. You could actually, you know, connect the trail across, and it wouldn't impact it. So that's not a huge expense to the homeowners association beyond, you know, vegetation control to the existing vegetation as well as the native vegetation that's up around the house itself. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Chief.
I was just going to follow up with what Jay was saying. If that upper portion isn't developed, it still has to be maintained by the fire code. So they can't just let it run rampant with weeds or anything like that. Code enforcement wouldn't allow it, and it would have to be maintained, especially in this area with that hillside. We would want to make sure the hillside and that upper area are taken care of via the fire plan. That plan would just include that area until it's developed.
Thank you. And that was kind of what I was getting to, is if you remove those homes from an HOA perspective, cost, amenity element, how does that impact the rest of the plan for the people that are going to live there, costs and maintain elements? But just curious. It is buyer beware, as always, with what those costs are, but
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that it would be cost prohibitive to, you know, to maintain the 9 acres basically of R8 on top of the bluff from, you know, from a fire perspective, vegetation control, and what have you. That's compared to what's happening on the valley floor and amount of green space and manicured lawns and things that are down around the homes and stuff. Minimal maintenance on top of the hill from that perspective is I can't give you a dollar figure, but it's not a big amount. Provides more open space.
council, any additional questions for the applicant? Councilman Burt.
Mr. Mayor, confirmation on the fence along the waterway on the east boundary. Did you, Jay, just remind me, did you say that you were going to put up a fence or not?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, we are going to have a fence on the home side all along 10 Mile. We are proposing not to put a fence on the other side. Okay. Next to the waterway itself. Okay. Most of the rest of the city's pathways, existing pathways that run along drains and creeks are natural flowing, low volume, and you'll see typically you'll have fences at the backs of the residential lots that back up to the pathway, but there isn't another fence between the waterway and the pathway. I know of one instance where there is, an irrigation district hates it because they got to reach across it and it tears everything up that's in the way. And so we still want a fence, but we want to separate the, the residents, the lot owners, the homeowners, private, quasi public, private, mews and what have you, from the public pathway itself. So it'll still be fenced for safety reasons, but.
One last question for you, Jay, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
You had requested that final design guidelines for the development be considered after this meeting tonight. And I think you answered the question as of why that was the case. Do you need any further guidance in regard to that from this body, or are you comfortable with you have what you need to submit if there's no changes at all? And if so, do you have what that looks like?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, my issue with not having them at this point was we didn't have a 3-story product that the city had voiced any support for previously, other than, a concept. And so I kind of needed to hear from council as to whether, if you hated the elevations for the 3-story product that we presented, or the 2-story product that is similar to the 3-story product that we presented tonight that you saw from staff, then, if we're back to the drawing board there, then we kind of got to hold off on design guidelines. But unless you have serious heartburn over what we presented, then yeah, we can go. I have the information to go forward and pull it all together. I have to come back with a development agreement anyways.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Mr. Gibbons, I liked the elevations of the 3-story. Could you give us just, I apologize, I don't know the background of, I did read that the commission was in favor of that, but can you give us some further insight into how that benefits the whole development in terms of, does it allow for additional space for, if I understood from your comment earlier, that this will have a 20 by 20 driveway on these products, is that right? Where it didn't have that on the 2 stories?
Mr. Mayor,
can you share with us the benefits of this versus the other?
Yes. So, and this, so code requires you to have, 85 feet or 80 feet of private open space for each lot, which typically consists of a stoop on the mew or a patio on the mew or what have you. And we showed a concept, we showed 3 concepts of with 3 different products at P&Z, and they really liked the potential to have a 3-story unit that had, a private elevated deck space. And so we reached out to an architectural consultant to work with us over the past couple of weeks to put together some new concepts. And this is kind of what she came up with. And it's an interesting product, and it does have the private deck space elevated up on the roof. And, we can work in the similar design elements and materials and treatments, colors, what have you, in the design guidelines to make these and the 2-story all fit together. And so, that's what we're trying to accomplish. And they do have 2-car garages, and they do have, because they're only 40 feet deep, the buildings themselves, then I have room on a 65-foot lot to put a 20 by 20 parking pad. So I can have a 4-bedroom, 3-story house basically, because I have 4 parking spaces. Or I can have less bedrooms and have guest parking on my property for that matter.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
maybe just a comment. I really like the 3-story. It's a different product than we usually get here. I like that it's tucked in on the ridge. I think that kind of makes it a little easier. Doesn't block people's views. Generally like having a different kind of product. So that aspect I do like. Yeah, I'm in favor personally of that look.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we had 4 people sign in, none of which indicated a wish to testify.
Okay. If there is anybody that would like to testify on this item, we have nobody in the room, but if you're on the Zoom line and you'd like to testify, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the Zoom platform so that we can identify you and bring you in to provide testimony. And if you are on the phone, you can use *9 to unmute yourself and be brought in to be able to provide testimony on this item as well. Council, it appears we have no one who would like to testify on this item. So would the applicant like to make any final comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'll stand on our discussion and my presentation and comments earlier. Hopefully I addressed your concerns and your questions appropriately. And other than, you know, the condition 3D with the requiring a fence on the path on the creek side of the pathway, and the DA requirement, we have no issues with the rest of the conditions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
Jay, would you recommend that we modify condition 3D rather than eliminate it, but modify the language to account for what you described in your presentation? There is wrought iron fencing, it's just not located. But to change that language to capture what you've presented?
Councilman Borton, that is what I would propose, is to modify. You can have 3D, but modify it to accept the wrought iron style fencing, 5 foot, and it's detailed on the landscape and fencing plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, and to that point, you know, as in our neighborhood, we have the 5 Mile Creek and the pathway system that runs along there, and there is no comparison. From what I recall from being out in that area, you know, that has lots of weeds and cattails and different things, and 5 Mile is a flowing, deeper type of waterway, and we don't require any fencing of any sort between the pathway and that waterway. Again, to Jay's point, the irrigation district doesn't like it, and it kind of separates you from that that part that makes it nice, being along water, and kids play down there and whatnot. I wouldn't let really young kids play down there, but so I don't see the need to have that fencing when we don't require it under waterways that are faster flowing and deeper. So I think that makes sense to me if we just go to a condition that notates the wrought iron fencing that would be in place there. And I don't have any issues, I don't think, with the inclusion of the design for the DA after looking at that. You know, that's a matter of taste. Do you like modern? Do you not like it? But having something like that, I think Councilwoman Strader, you know, put it well about the location and how it fits the topography and whatnot, and that makes sense. So I don't have any issues with that either.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe a question for Sonia about the fence requirement from staff. Can you just give us a little bit of background as to what germinated that requirement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavanagh, it's a requirement in our code that if we feel it needs to protect public safety, preserve public safety, that fencing be provided. I didn't want it to be my call. The code calls it out as a director, a public works director, or the city council decision.
And just in that area, I can tell you that it's hit or miss further downstream, upstream, as you flow up through Tuscany, where we have sections which have no fencing requirement, but the homes have fences. And further down where you have a fence between the pathway and the waterway and other sections. So it's not a consistently applied principle in this area, one way or the other. Along 10 Mile anyways.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Question maybe for Sonia. If we decide to work on some kind of a phasing plan, I'm not sure what that would look like. It sounded like a couple of council members might be in favor of that. How would staff recommend that we achieve that? Would it be best to do that at a later development agreement and have council give guidance, or how would they recommend that we go about doing that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, if council wants weigh in on it, the project should be continued probably. The issue is, as I understand it, the fire department doesn't have funding as of yet to construct the fire station. So I think it's going to be a difficult thing to do, as well as for the school enrollment to know how to phase a project at this point based on those concerns.
Mr. Mayor.
Administrator.
Guess I'd be curious to get the fire department's feedback on when they think the new fire station would be delivered at the earliest, assuming it did get funding, in order to have put some guardrails around an idea. Personally, just to throw an idea out there and maybe get the applicant's feedback. I mean, if we said, we don't want more than one phase delivered per year, would that be something they would be amenable to? So I guess I'd look for feedback from both fire department and the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, the tentative, if everything was to move forward we have the design going right now for 7 and 8. If they were funded and staffed, I believe Chief Butterfield told me that it would be later in 2023 when they could be up and running.
Councilman Barrett.
I certainly don't want this conversation funding of different fire stations and when those stations might happen and if they don't happen. I just want to say that I don't believe that those decisions have been made, and I believe that those decisions will be made this next year. I don't even think that there's decisions that have been made, concrete decisions that have been made in regard to where 7 and 8 will be. I know that staff continues to call Station 8 in South Meridian and Station 7 in North Meridian, but those decisions haven't been made yet. And so I think it's real important that we take pause before we start, preemptively talking about where fire stations may or may not be, or if these fire stations will even be built. So I think that having this discussion right now in regard to fire stations is very much premature. I don't know how we could answer those questions right now personally.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Well, I think that's a great point. And I think that's what I'm feeling uncomfortable about, and that what I can't really wrap my head around. I guess what I'm wondering then, if there's even a precedent for city council approving a phase of a project without annexing the whole thing, or how we could go about trying to do that. I'm open to all ideas and being creative. I totally agree with Councilman Burnt. I'm trying to find a way to get to a yes, and I'm just uncomfortable right now with the idea that we could have this, three phases of this project with what I think are different risks than usual, different topography than usual, 3-story buildings, and possibly be outside of the 5 minutes. I wish there was a way we could try to address it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
a question maybe for Mr. Neri. Mr. Neri, if the council was supportive, could we approve this project but include a limit on building permits being issued until either a date certain or until a fire station, again, whatever the reason council decided was established? Are we able to do that?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cavanagh. Well, certainly if the applicant's going to agree to that, we can. I mean, if that's a condition of a development agreement and they won't agree to it, they won't sign it, and then we won't annex the property. The one thing I want to caution the council on is, and Councilmember Strader made this comment, this is not a fire department standard, it's a fire department goal. And it is a goal that is met and not met all over the city for various reasons. And so it would concern me if that was the sole reason you didn't like this project. It doesn't sound like it is, but I want to be sure to make it clear that it's got to be more than just this 5-minute goal that we have.
And
it isn't in the best interest of the city if you can't provide fire protection to the degree that you all are comfortable with from a public safety standpoint. So that's just the difference between that. So limitation, again, as Councilman Cavanagh is asking, we can do that. I'm not sure how to do it. I'm not sure what metric we would put in a contract that would be something that the applicant would be comfortable with too, because again, they would then be putting their risk on the city's building program.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, on that point, when Jay and I were working on the phasing plan, phase 1, and I don't know if you want to show them, Jay, which area that is for the first phase, that's that big chunk that falls within our 5-minute response time. Our goal, as the mayor stated, or Brent or Treg mentioned, basically I call it the racetrack. That horseshoe area is the area that's in phase 1 that I was comfortable with the access that we had. The other part of the factor that we need to look at was the reliability rating of Station 4, which right now is, other than Station 1, is one of our lower reliability rated stations. And then on top of that, the next closest fire station is Station 14 in Boise, and they have the exact same reliability rating that Station 4 does. So they're really not a whole bunch of help, but we're in that same boat there. So that's what I would be looking at as far as phasing goes. Again, like Treg said, this is it's a goal, and that's the goal. Or sorry, Bill Neri mentioned it's a goal, and we like to keep that goal. And then on top of that, we also look at our reliability rating of the station.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I mean, to elaborate on my comments, I don't think that there is something written in stone that says if you are outside of 5 minutes, it's a red light, and if you're inside of 5 minutes, it's a green light. But I think as a responsible member of city council that we should have adequate fire services. And to me, I personally am looking at it through a framework of a fire response time. And so that's just how I'm looking at it. And I'm planning to stick to it.
And just so, from a practical or from a, you all will see this at some point in time in the not too distant future, but from a CFP standpoint, first station is 2023, which would be October of 23. Second station is 2025, which would be October 25. Where they are, to Councilman Bird's point, not determined, whether or not they meet those years, undetermined. But if they both went at the same time, October 23 would be your general expected time frame.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Just my thoughts on fire response times, and to me, it comes down to access, which I think Deputy Chief Bongiorno has pointed out. You know, phase one has access, it has emergency access. And then from there, it is dependent upon other property owners on what that access and the timing of that access will be. And if those things aren't developed, and hearing from the applicant that this is going to take a while for these phases to be developed, you know, and I think comments from Councilwoman Strader and Councilman Kavner about that helps, you know, that does help with everything that is going on with roads, with schools, with fire stations, that timing. The difficulty is, and I appreciate Councilwoman Strader's enthusiasm to try and let's quantify that and see if we can make that work. In my mind, as I try to work it through, it's exceedingly difficult. And I don't know if we can come to anything that would be satisfactory when it's based on other properties and access and having that safety factor of getting vehicles in and out to respond to an emergency. So I'm more reliant on how this phases out over time and having that ability to respond appropriately in having the right access. So less so than being right there at 5 minutes, but having that access and that ability to respond.
Just to also comment on one other thing that I am meeting with the superintendent this week. I know that they have activated a full-time boundary committee. And one of the questions I plan on bringing up with her is what is going to be their threshold for determining when those boundary committees should readjust school boundaries? Because I think to the point of part of this is we've had this conversation. The school district controls some aspects of, you know, the overcrowding at any school or development based upon adjusting their boundaries, but what is their willingness to do so and how does that impact these decisions? But that may be something that I can get at least some direction from them on that in the future. So you, council, has a comfort level of making approvals when schools are already overcrowded, to know how the district or when the district plans to look at those and make those adjustments. I don't think that there's a overcrowding amongst, there's still seats within high schools within West Ada that if they were rebalanced, they would not be over enrollment at the high school level, to my knowledge. But I will try to get at least some guidance for future conversations. Doesn't help you today, but just so you're aware.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burt.
One last question for me. This question is for Chief Bongiorno. Question for you, buddy. So at the end, where the boundary stops, where our 5-minute goal is in phase one, how long would it take to get a fire truck at the furthest point in the subdivision? Are we talking 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds? What is that? And I'm not even talking about phase four. That's a completely different conversation that I don't even know how you would be able to quantify that right now, but just sticking with, sorry, Luke, I know what you want. Sorry. True. Thank you. I can read your mind. From phases 1, 2, and 3, at the end of phase one, how long would it take to get a fire truck to like end of phase 3? Is that better, Luke? Can you hear me?
Maybe the REM is a good example. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, it would probably be like another minute and a half. I mean, again, it's all varies on weather and, it's a variable number. That's a total guess, but I would guess another minute and a half to get up that road, running code.
Mr. Mayor, one follow up.
Councilmember.
Chief, we're talking about more than a minute though, for sure. And we're not talking about 10 or 15, 20 seconds. We're not talking seconds. We're talking over a minute. Is that correct?
Yeah, probably another minute and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the whole reason, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, the whole reason we did phase one where it was because I was comfortable with the access. And then phase two, that's where that bridge would have to come in. And so we would have to see at where the construction is on the project that was approved to the east there, because they have to have that access completed before they can build phase 2 and 3. So that is a condition of them building phase 2 and 3. From me was they have to have that bridge built and access completed. So they are kind of stuck there until that bridge is built.
Deputy Chief, not to question your judgment, but I mean, this is less than a quarter mile from, I mean, I'm looking like maybe an eighth of a mile, 700 feet. You're saying it takes us a minute to a minute and a half to drive 700 feet of code?
Well, you have to remember a minute, I think is appropriate, but you're looking for addresses. You're trying to read street signs. I mean, it's not just whoom and stop. You slow down as you get closer because you got to try and figure out where you're going.
I guess my point you would be doing that at the top of this horseshoe. The same equation exists wherever you're going to stop.
True.
So if you're only driving another 700 feet, you're transitioning that decision 700 feet down the road. I guess that's when I look at it, it's like, is that really accurate that it takes us that long to drive 700 additional feet down a straight road?
Like I said, it was a guess.
Yeah. Okay.
So a minute. It's going to take time. It's not seconds. I can tell you that. It's probably about a minute to get down that road farther. Again, you got to look at traffic. You got to look at weather. There's variables that are unknown. Plus, the other thing we have to look at is if Station 4 is not in quarters, then it's a moot point anyway.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
I just want to make sure that my microphone worked.
I'm looking for any motion or additional conversation from council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't know how much more conversation we want to have, but I'm happy to at least kind of share where I am on this. I really like the concept. I really like the project. I just have some real general concerns about the impact of this project in this part of Meridian right now. So as it's presented, I'm not supportive of it at this time. I don't know how the rest of you all feel, but we're all quiet. So I figured if others feel differently, I'm really open to hearing some of that feedback and maybe seeing something differently that I'm not.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
been somewhat quiet. I appreciate the dialogue. It's a project that I haven't had in prep for today, and nothing today necessarily changed it. A concern that would lead me to not want to move forward and approve it. I think all of the discussion is well taken for sure, but it seems to certainly fit with the type of plan that we intended there, the comp plan and future land use map. I thought the diversity of housing, I thought it was unique and creative. And I thought that the applicant seemed to respond well to P&Z's concerns. I asked the question about the fencing, which I thought was an adequate remedy there, and having staff address the design guidelines through the DA didn't cause me any particular concerns. So it doesn't mean that the concerns raised aren't valid concerns, but I just felt like the applicant met what's necessary for this project in my eyes to proceed. So I didn't have concern with it.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's been a good discussion. There's a lot of issues here, and all the comments are valid and worthy of consideration. We wrestle with this quite a bit in a lot of different locations, and they aren't easy decisions because the points are very valid. You know, I do look at this site with that phasing plan and thinking, okay, that is what works for here. And this is a difficult site to develop with where it is up against the hill, with the 10 Mile Creek and the issues that are with that. And will we get something better down the road, or will we get something worse? And when I look at all the issues the applicant has addressed, they've figured out a way to address the commission issues and staff issues. And I'm thinking that is a critical component to this. If they didn't figure those out, that becomes a different ball game to me. But they figured them out. They'll phase it in a way that will work, I think. And it just, I know where I'm going with the fire station in our community and where they have to be located, and making that a priority because they are needed, whether it's north or south. We need more fire stations, and that is something that we'll be talking about here in the near future. But for me, I can be supportive of this project with the plan moving forward, and with the changes that we can make to it. But I think overall it's a good concept, and I think Councilman Borton pointed out that it does fit what we require for this area. So we don't like going back and making changes on people when they put in what we want for particular areas in development. So that's where I am on this right now. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I love the project. I think it's a really great addition to this area of Meridian if it's built. I guess what it comes down to is a philosophical thing that I've been thinking about a lot. Is it better to get the right project in the right place, or is it better to make sure that we're ready for the right project and that we have adequate, services, especially safety services for an area? If we could have found a way, I I think with staff's help to be more creative, especially on future applications with phasing, and we had a way to either have milestones or a way to do that, I would have been all over yes on phase 1 and yes on phase 2, and the fire department signed off that we had adequate fire services there. But if we can't have a phasing plan, I just don't feel like it's the responsible thing to do to approve this. It's not just the 5-minute response time, which I understand is a goal, but it's having an adequate response time, the fact that we have 3-story buildings, and the fact that it's near an area that we already know has an increased risk for wildfires. I just don't feel good about approving it without some kind of guardrails around a phasing plan, unfortunately. But it may very well move forward, and I do love the product and think that it would be a beautiful addition to Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Plum Pro.
Well, I guess I will go next. So it isn't often that we get to this point in the hearing where I'm still a bit on the fence. I usually I'm really leaning one way or the other. I can completely see both sides of the considerations. Excellent points made by my fellow council members. I don't, there are some things about this project I really like and some things that I don't like. But as far as what's best for Meridian, I feel like this is just a couple years too early. And it really has nothing to do with the designs of the homes, the renderings. I mean, we talked through all of that this evening through the movement of traffic in this, sizes of the residences, all those kinds of things. I mean, there's some, you know, this is designed about as well as you can possibly get, I think, for all the limitations that are created here. I do appreciate that the applicant has said that if phase 4 does not happen, it won't affect the rest of the phases. To be candid, I lived through the downturn in real estate, and I saw a lot of these types of properties that were contingent on the development of the property around it, or contingent on a particular service that needed to come in that didn't, and then the economy changed, and then a portion of the development was finished and a portion wasn't. And this property has a lot of those what ifs, a lot of the, this has to happen, the south side has to, the development to the south has to develop for that connection, and the development to the east has to develop for this connection. And there's so many of those in this, and I like Councilwoman Strader, I'm really struggling with getting an idea of what comes in what order and how that aligns with ACHD's plan for the roads, how that aligns with, I realize West Ada doesn't have a specific plan as far as funding goes. We don't have a specific plan as far as funding goes. So that's really tough for us to come back to the applicant and say, hey, can you line up a phasing plan with those intended or expected future improvements to our services? So I think for me, what it really comes down to is, are there so many variables that could cause this to not be completed? Whether it's over 5 years or whether it's at all, or that's just, I think the difficult thing for me is, there's a lot of outside factors that the applicant can't do anything about. And so I really do, there's so many things about this project I like. I'm really hesitant to say that I would vote no. I'm concerned about the timing. I feel like it's a couple of years too early. And that's not because there isn't demand. There's absolutely demand in real estate. There's absolutely buyer demand. These would sell. It's not so much that, it's just that we have to be able to make sure that we can provide those services to the residents in a satisfactory way. So I'm not sure that's clear, except that I think I'm leaning more towards a no than a yes at this point. It's a tough decision because I think there's so many good things about it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
looks like it's my turn. I'm going to take my mask off for 2 seconds just so that Councilman Cavanagh can hear me clearly. A while ago, I installed a bunch of flooring in the River District over in Eagle, where, you know, this project is very similar to that, according to what Jay said. And I always loved that subdivision. I loved everything about it. I love the just how it's just different. It mixes things up. The elevations are great. I know the builder over there really well, the Ella Tharps, dear friends of mine, and they just did a great job with how they made those homes look over there. And when I found out that this was going to be similar, I was really excited, because this is something that I don't know that exists right now in the city of Meridian, and I think that it's pretty cool. I think Jay and his team did a great job with the design, like everyone else has said. And looking at it, I think that it, given some of the complications that may or may not exist, I still believe that this would be a great addition to our community. This evening, you know, I really enjoy these conversations that we have amongst ourselves. It's truly an honor, in my opinion, to be able to work with council members who care and who put forth the effort to be prepared. And whether we disagree or whether we agree or whether our opinions are different or whether they're the same, I really appreciate the dialogue and the respect that goes on within these conversations this evening, this discussion. So I wanted to thank each and every one of you for it. And thanks, Jay, for the presentation. It was great.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
our public hearing is still open, correct?
It is.
Sir.
Mr. Mayor, it'd be possible to ask the applicant a couple of questions.
Sure.
Right. Jay, you've had a good, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jay, you've heard kind of some feedback from my colleagues and I tonight. And I mean, I think if you're running tallies, you kind of know where this is headed and maybe a potential tie. I'm curious to your thoughts about us being supportive of a continuance to maybe allow you and your builder owner discuss maybe a more concrete phasing plan that could address some of the concerns that have been brought by a couple of my colleagues and I.
Jay, you're muted. Jay, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Now, yeah.
Okay. So I think that, you know, that phasing is a huge issue in your mind, especially from a fire perspective and service perspective, and given the opportunity to study that further and figure out if we can find a way to, you know, make it more to your preference, we would certainly relish that opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Jay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
on that note, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing. If everyone is ready.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion second to close the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I get the sense that council will be comfortable with giving the applicant some additional time to possibly get some more of our concerns and questions answered. And I'd like to be able to do that versus having a vote for denial this evening if council so wills. So I'm gonna make a motion to continue. Let's see, let me make sure I get the right file number. Make a motion to continue H20200064.
Councilman Pro, We closed the public hearing. Do we have to reopen it to continue it?
Oh, you are right.
So
Yes, I apologize. Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I move that we reopen the public hearing for H20200064.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reopen the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed,
Mr.
nay?
Mayor,
The ayes have it. Councilwoman Pro.
my apologies. It's been a while since I've made a motion for a continuation. I move that we continue. Actually, before I make that motion, if we may ask the applicant if there is a date and time in mind that might work. I'm not sure how much time they prefer to make some investigation.
Councilman Peralt, given it's December and I don't know what your council schedule is per se, so we're open to suggestion, of course.
Mayor, members of the council, you have 2 weeks of hearings in the 15th and the 22nd. So it either would have to be next week. Well, we couldn't do it next time. Sorry, we don't have a regular session next week. But you could continue it to next week if it's only going to take a week. I think it's going to take longer than that. So you're really looking at January.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
my recollection is that the next couple weeks after following the 8th, there's 4 hearings on each of those weeks. So it's a very full 5. Holy. 4 and then 5 on the 5th, 4 on the 15th, 5 on the 22nd. So that's very full evenings and so you know.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I'm showing on the calendar that we only have a work session on January 5th. Could we have the clerk confirm that?
She just stepped out of the room. Do you have any, would the noticing for that even be known yet? I don't think it would be.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we only have one item noticed for public hearing on the 5th of January.
So we would have a public meetings that night.
Hey, buddy. You're on mute, buddy. Mr. Gibbons.
Jay, if you're trying to speak to us, you're muted.
I think he's talking to himself. There you go.
Were you asking me if that was acceptable to a January, what was the January date? The 5th? Yeah, that's fine. I think that, you know, we can meet with who we need to meet with, as well as, you know, you're talking about sideboards and milestones. I think we can come up with some proposals for you to discuss and kick around and see if we can get it done that way.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
that being said, I'll finally make the appropriate motion. Move to continue file number H20200047 to the date of January 5th, 2021.
Second.
Can you repeat the motion for which file number?
Yes, my apologies. I gave you the wrong file number, didn't I?
Yes.
I move that we continue the hearing for H20200064 to the date of January 5th, 2021.
Second agrees.
A motion and a second to continue the hearing to January 5th. And I'm a little disappointed. I was really looking forward to voting this evening personally, but I'm hope maybe I'll still get an opportunity on the 5th to cast my vote if things remain the same. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and this is continued.
Thank you.
Council, I'm going to go ahead and call a recess, and we will reconvene at 8:15. 10-minute recess. All right, council, I'll go ahead and bring us back from recess. And next item up is a public hearing for Prescott Ridge at H 2020-0047. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments and turn this over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. A private street application has been approved by the director for the project. This site consists of 122.8 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in A County and is located on the south side of West Chinden Boulevard, State Highway 2026, and on the east side of North McDermott Road. Little history on this. A portion of this site consists of Lot 18, Block 1, Peregrine Heights subdivision. It was formerly deed restricted agricultural lot for open space, a non-farm that has since expired. The comprehensive plan future land use designation for the property is on 9 acres along the highway is mixed use regional and medium density residential to the south, which calls for 3 to 8 units per acre, and that consists of 13.5 acres of land. Annexation of a total of 126.53 acres of land with R8 zoning, which consists of 99.53 acres, R15 zoning, which consists of 8.82 acres, and CG zoning, which consists of 18.17 acres, is requested for the development of a mix of residential and medical office uses, including a hospital with emergency care. West Ada School District plans to develop a school on the eastern portion of the annexation area separate from this development. A master plan for the residential portion and concept plan for the medical campus portion of the site is proposed. The residential portion will include a mix of single-family residential attached and detached homes, townhomes, and multifamily residential apartments. The commercial portion will include 2 3-story structures, a 181,000 square foot hospital with 60 inpatient beds, and a 67,000 square foot medical office building that will provide medical services geared towards women's health and pediatrics. Retail restaurant uses are planned on the first floor of the medical office building to serve the employment area and adjacent neighborhood as desired in the mixed use designated areas. 2 different concept plans were submitted for the medical campus as shown. Option 1 depicts the medical office building adjacent to the out parcel at the northeast corner of the site. And option 2 depicts the medical office building at the northeast corner where the out parcel is located that is currently not a part of this application. If the applicant is able to obtain this parcel, the office building is proposed in that location. And just a note, the medical office building was proposed closer to the west side of the development. At the request of the neighbors, they did make this shift, so just so that you're aware. The single-family residential uses are principally permitted in the R8 and R15 zoning districts. The school, multifamily residential development, and hospital will require conditional use approval of the uses prior to development and are subject to specific use standards. One of the standards for hospitals that provide emergency care is that the location has a direct access on an arterial street. However, because the UDC prohibits new approaches directly accessing a state highway, no other access is available except for North Rustic Oak Way, a collector street along the east boundary of the site, which connects to the highway. The City Council should determine if this meets the intent of the requirement, and if so, it should be memorialized in the development agreement. If not, Council may deny the emergency care component of the hospital use. ITD has denied the applicant's request for direct access to State Highway 2026 for the medical campus. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 377 buildable lots. Sorry, I'm having problems advancing my slide here. There we go. Consisting of 317 single-family residential, attached and detached units, 38 townhomes, 14 multifamily residential, 1 commercial and 1 school lot, 41 common lots, and 6 other shared driveway lots on 123.54 acres of land in the proposed R8, R15, and CG zoning districts. The minimum lot size proposed in the single-family residential portion of the development is 4,000 square feet with an average lot size of 6,028 square feet. The average townhome lot size is 2,302 square feet. The overall gross density is 2.99 units per acre with a net density of 7.49 units per acre. The gross density of the R8 portion is 3.07 units per acre with a net density of 6.9 units per acre. And the gross density of the R15 portion is 6.8 units per acre with a net density of 13.46 units per acre, consistent with the density desired in the associated medium density residential and mixed use regional designated areas. The subdivision is proposed to develop in 9 phases as depicted on the phasing plan over a time period of 4 to 5 years. The north-south collector street will be constructed from West Chinden Boulevard in alignment with Pollard Lane across Chinden to the north and extend to the southern boundary with the first phase. The commercial and single-family residential portion of the site will develop first, followed by the townhomes and then the multifamily residential apartments. The school property is not included in the phasing plan as it's under separate ownership and will develop separately from the residential portion. Access is proposed in the residential portion of the development via 1 Collector Street, Rustic Oak Way from Chinden, which extends through the site to the south boundary and will eventually extend to McMillan Road. Access via McMillan is proposed at the west boundary. A Collector Street is proposed from Rustic Oak to the east for access to the school site. Stub streets are proposed to adjacent properties for future extension, and an additional stub street is recommended by staff to be provided to the out parcel at the southwest corner of the site. And that is, if you can see my cursor here, this parcel right here. Access is proposed to the commercial portion of the development from Rustic Oak with a frontage road running through the site parallel to Chinden, connecting to Serenity Lane to the west for access to Chinden. This is proposed instead of a backage road for consideration by council since a public street isn't desirable in this area. This would be just used as an emergency access until such time as the property to the west redevelops and this actually functions as a frontage street. The director has approved private streets in the townhome portion of the development with a MU in accord with UDC standards as shown. The ACHD 5-year work plan shows no road improvements in this area. Chinden was recently widened to 4 travel lanes adjacent to the site. Preliminary plat lines are shown in red that are either in process or have been approved. A parking plan was submitted for the overall development that depicts a total of 497 on-street parking spaces available for guest parking in the single-family residential portion of the development. Qualified open space is proposed in excess of UDC standards. A minimum of 10.51 acres or 10% is required. A total of 12.41 acres or 11.8% is proposed, consisting of the street buffers along collector streets, McDermott and Rustic Oak, open space areas at least 50 feet by 100 feet in area and linear open space. A minimum of 5 qualified site amenities are required. A 3,750 square foot clubhouse with restrooms, an exercise area, office, and meeting room with an outdoor patio and a swimming pool, 1 large tot lot and 2 smaller tot lots with play equipment, an enclosed dog park, although this area may be just a pocket park with no dog facilities depending on what is desired for future residents. Segments of the city's multi-use pathway system, additional qualified open space exceeding 20,000 square feet, a pavilion, a barbecues and seating area with a fire pit in accord with UDC standards. Sample photo elevations and renderings were submitted for the different home types planned in this development as shown. Homes depicted are a mix of 1- and 2-story attached and detached units of varying sizes for the variety of lots proposed. Building materials consist of a mix of finished materials with stone and brick veneer accents. Staff is recommending articulation and other architectural elements are provided on elevations facing collector streets for 2-story homes. Elevations for the multifamily residential structures will be submitted with the conditional use application. A conceptual rendering was submitted as shown for the main medical building. The commission recommended approval of these applications to City Council. Stephanie Leonard, KM Engineering, and Mitch Armuth and Patrick Connor, Providence Properties, the applicant's representative, testified in favor, along with Betsy Hunsinger, representing the proposed hospital, and Randy Peterman, an adjacent property owner. No one testified in opposition of the application. The following folks commented: Carrie Pittman, Sue Ropsky, Val Stack, Paul Hoyer, Corey Coltrane, Doug Hanneborg, Heidi Wilson, Charles Hay, Bonnie Layton, WH Pacific, representing the property owner to the west of Peregrine Heights. Written testimony was received from one person, Josh Femright, the Chief of New Schools for GEM Innovation Schools. And the key issues of discussion were as follows. GEM Innovation School is in strong support of the project as their future campus lies approximately 300 yards to the south and will be able to provide kindergarten through 12th grade public education options for future residents. They would like the 30-foot buffer extended along entire east and south boundaries of Peregrine Heights subdivision for a buffer to high-density residential uses, higher density, I should say. Would like more of a transition to the lots at the southeast corner of Peregrine Heights subdivision, either with larger lots or common area. Not in favor of proposed access via Serenity Lane, concern pertaining to future access for Serenity Lane residents via Chinden. Mrs. Ropsky's concern with location of trash dumpsters and parking adjacent to their property. Preference for the hospital to be located closer to the Chinden Rustic Oak intersection away from low-density residential lots at west boundary. Mr. Peterson is in favor of the proposed development as it will bring services to his property for development. Preference for the parking on the east side of the 3-story medical office building to be relocated to the west side of the building and the building shifted further to the east so that the building is further away from adjacent residential properties. Concern pertaining to traffic on Serenity Lane if it were to be open to the south and the safety of children as there are no sidewalks along the private street. Concern pertaining to future restriction of ride and ride-out access to Serenity Lane from Chinden Boulevard and resulting delays to emergency services to Peregrine Heights. Request for provision of a fence or a gate at the south end of Serenity Lane cul-de-sac to keep it private. Request for the larger estate lots that abut the south end of Peregrine Heights to be carried over to the south side of Tanker Drive. And finally, property owner to the west of Peregrine Heights is in favor of the proposed frontage road along Chinden for access to the Collector Street. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. Preference for the applicant to obtain the out parcel at the northeast corner of the site in order to develop commercial, retail, restaurant uses on the site. In favor of the variety in housing types and lot sizes proposed. The fire department's preference for a direct, unhindered access to the site via Serenity Lane, meaning not obstructed by a gate, bollards, or a chain. Opposed to ride-in, ride-out at Serenity Lane, Chinden Boulevard, as a fire engine will not be able to access the site from the east via Chinden. The provision of an electronic gate at the south end of Serenity Lane for emergency access to Peregrine Heights and to keep the lane private. Trash enclosures should be located away from adjacent residential properties. In support of the reduction in height from 4 to 3 stories for the hospital and medical office building. Preference for the medical office building to be shifted further to the east and/or rotated. The provision of only one MU in the townhome portion of the development. In general support of the revisions made to the concept plan for the commercial portion of the development. Would like the applicant to work with ITD on noise abatement along the west boundary adjacent to State Highway 16. In favor of the walkability of the development and especially the medical campus. In support of the changes to the townhome portion of the development and the additional open space. And finally, would like the applicant to work with staff to reduce the number of lots along the southern boundary of the subdivision to provide a better transition to planned R4 zone lots in the Oaks subdivision. The commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. They required noise abatement to be provided along the project's west boundary along North McDermott Road adjacent to the future extension of State Highway 16. Relocation of the parking on the east side of the medical office building to the west side of the building and shift the building further to the east away from adjacent residential properties. Provide an electronic gate that is approved by the fire department for access to Serenity Lane from the south. And reduce the number of lots along the southern boundary to provide better transition to the R4 properties planned to the south in the Oaks subdivision. The lots were reduced by 5 along the south and southeast boundaries in the revised plat. The only outstanding issue for council tonight is the council should determine if the proposed access to the hospital from the Collector Street, North Rustic Oak Way, meets the intent of the UDC requirement 114322, which requires hospitals that provide emergency access to have direct access on an arterial street. And as I mentioned previously, ITD did deny a request for direct access via Chinden for the emergency care component of the hospital per the letter to the applicant dated May 5th, 2020, that's included in the public record. Alternatively, council may deny the emergency care component of the hospital use. There has been one letter of written testimony submitted since the commission hearing from Randall Peterman. He is in favor of the proposed development. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I want clarification from Sonia on something.
Councilman Hoagland.
Sonia, that issue of the North Rustic Oak Way being a collector, and ITD says they have to have direct access on an arterial. There is no arterial running north-south between McDermott and Black Cat, is there? I can't think of any, but.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, no, there is not.
So in North Rustic Way, if I follow up, Mr. Mayor, is while it's a collector, it's getting close to the half-mile mark. Maybe it's not, but in just looking at an aerial you had shown earlier, it was like, yeah, it's getting close to a half-mile between Black Cat and McDermott. Is there going to be any light between McDermott and Black Cat that's planned? Is North Rustic Way eligible for that, or only if since it's a collector, they won't even consider that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yes, a traffic signal is planned at the location where the Collector Street is.
Thank you, Sonia. Appreciate that.
And this Collector Street will extend between McMillan and the highway as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So similar issue to last time, a clarification. I'm looking at the fire department's comments in their agency comments. It's not clear to me from this map what part of this development falls within the 5 minutes. And I wanted to just clarify the 8-minute, it looked like in the staff report, an 8-minute response time toward McDermott. So how does that kind of, probably a comment for Mr. Bongiorno, but how does that, how do we go from 5 minutes to 8 minutes? And just understanding that.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, and also Madam Clerk, if I can share my screen again, please. I can pull up the map again. I've got it ready this time. In anticipation.
Sonia, if you'll stop sharing for a second so Chief Bongiorno can jump on.
Okay, it's coming. You guys tell me when it's up.
It's up.
Okay, so this is the 5-minute response map once again. The problem with this is it was developed off GIS, and a couple issues with it that I want to point out that really doesn't make it completely accurate. Part of the problem, the first problem is where Highway 16 ends and McDermott begins. Station 5, which is the closest to this property, cannot come down Chinden Boulevard and make a left onto McDermott Road. They've taken that turn out. So that's why there's no green on McDermott Road at all. The other problem is where Rustic Oak / Levi connects right in this area here. The green stops right here because that's the end of the road. So once rustic oak gets pushed through, which I'm sure Stephanie will talk to you about the phasing plan, they plan to build rustic oak, this whole section in the first phase. So you can see how far down Chinden our 5-minute response goes. So you can kind of extrapolate and take that, and once we make this corner, the 5-minute response is going to extend pretty far into this development. So the picture that I can't remember when I did this report, if it has the updated picture or not. So our green will creep into this quite a ways. The other thing I wanted to point out, since we were talking about fire stations, this piece of property down here in the corner, that is a piece of property that is planned for a fire station. So if I turn the future 5-minute response time on, that's what it will look like when that station is built and staffed and running. So we completely cover that area 100%.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Strader.
So thank you very much. So, okay. So if let's say that I understand what you're saying, and it sounds like this is really based on a satellite thing. And so your common sense would say when that road is extended, then the 5-minute response time is going to be bigger. Is it going to cover, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but is it going to cover 90% of this? If you were to have to peg a number, is it going to cover 80%, 50%?
It's probably going to cover, I mean, again, because you can see how far down Chinden we can go. Again, that's at a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. But if you halved that amount, that's going to put us well into this subdivision. It's kind of hard to see, but this is the subdivision. Proposed subdivision is right here. So we will be well within this subdivision with our 5-minute response. So I would be comfortable saying we would cover a good majority of this. And then once they do connect to McDermott, we do have Station 2 that can come this way and get to the subdivision if Station 5 is out. So we would have multiple ways to get to this, as well as rustic oak once it connects in with the oaks.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions? Okay. Then we will go ahead and recognize the staff for recognize the applicant for 15 minutes. I turn this over to Stephanie.
All right, the applicant is here.
Can you all hear us?
Can you all hear us?
Yeah, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Patrick Connor. Address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. And I also have someone else here with me.
Hi, Stephanie Leonard with KM Engineering, 9233 West State, Boise 83714. Can you see our screen yet?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You're recognized for 15 minutes.
Great, thank you. Like I said, my name is Patrick Connor. I'm with Providence Properties, and we build communities throughout the Treasure Valley. Prescott Ridge is a master planned community in Northwest Meridian. Tonight, our application is for annexation, zoning, and preliminary plat approval. The project location, as Sonia has stated before, is just south of Chinden and just east of McDermott Road. The subdivision is right here in white. Everything you see in pink or green is either under construction, approved, or built. So as you can see, this project is right in the middle of a whole lot of projects that are either underway or finished. Real quick about schools, since they're shown on here, the West Ada School District property is part of our plat because of improper lot split years ago. They're part of our plat to make it a legal parcel and to get their annexation and zoning. Also shown here is the Jim Pratt Meridian future K-12 public charter school. And we are currently assigned to the Pleasant View Elementary School, Star Middle School, Meridian High School. Once Owyhee High School comes in, we will probably be part of that attendance zone. Here's the future land use map. Majority of the parcel is medium density residential, and then a portion of the north part of the parcel is mixed use regional. Current zoning map, we're surrounded by R4 to the south, R8 also to the south, and then general commercial to the north. Tonight, we're applying for 3 different zoning categories. Majority is R8, about 99 acres, R15, about 9 acres, and commercial, general commercial, about 18 acres. Here's a snapshot of the preliminary plat. As Sonia said, we have 317 single-family lots, 38 townhome lots, which are 3 or more unit buildings, 8 single-family attached units, 2 unit buildings, 14 multifamily lots, which we're proposing fourplex building on each of these lots, 41 common lots, 1 lot, which is the West Ada School parcel to the far east side, and then 1 lot, the proposed medical campus, which we'll get into detail later, about 18 acres, which abuts Chinden. We have over 12 acres of qualified open space, about 11.8%, which is shown in green. Talking about the open space and site amenities, this is the overall plan. We have a central clubhouse with a pool, large top lot with a meeting space and restrooms in the clubhouse. We have a number of pocket parks scattered throughout the project. We find these to be really important for building community and offering a small place of recreation for residents, no matter where they live within the larger community. 2 smaller tot lots are also shown, a dog park area on the west side, and recreational pathways throughout the project. Here's some renderings of that large open green space with the clubhouse, pool, and large tot lot. And here's a rendering of the smaller tot lots that are strategically placed within the community. One of the biggest amenities that we've noticed in communities in the Treasure Valley is having a really strong pathway system for recreation, walking, biking, running. What's shown here are the pathways that are within common lots that connect to the public pathways that are along the public streets. We have 2 points of access, points of connection to the future school site, as well as 2 points of connection to the medical campus and points of connection to a parcel to the northwest of us. We also have a 10-foot Parks Department pathway running from the pathway along Chinden through the project that connects to the future school site. Here's the phasing plan. As said before, there's 9 phases. The approximate build out, we usually develop 2 phases a year. So at this pace, it'd be a 3 to 4 to 5 year project, depending on our timing. The first phase of the project is shown here. And as the Chief Bergiorno said earlier, we have committed to building the full build out of Rustic Oak or Levi Lane through the whole project from our southern boundary all the way to Chinden. This is really important for fire access and ensuring that we have 2 points of access through the project. It helped with response times for within our community. And also on this next slide, it also helps the response times to the project around us, especially Oaks North to the south. Once this full build out of Levi Lane or Rustic Oak is done, it'll provide additional route for emergency services. And the full installation of this collector will help the entire region for their response times. Also, the police department has commented that it will improve the police response times as well. We have 15 neighbors to our west. that are on large lots and large homes. And part of our application shows us stubbing a road to the Serenity Lane. Serenity Lane is a private road, and we wanted to ensure that it maintains its privacy, and it was a big priority for the neighbors there. So we've committed to building a gate access, a digital gate that will be used as emergency access only initially. And it's been approved by the fire department as well, as long as we have an Opticom access device, which is a remote way of opening the gate in case of emergency. And working with the neighbors over the past year on this project and different preferences of theirs, this is the fencing concept that they said that they would prefer for that southern access point along Serenity Lane. I'm now going to talk about the housing types and the variety of housing that we're proposing tonight. We have 5 main housing varieties. Majority of the projects shown in yellow is the a mixture of 45-foot, 50-foot, and 60-foot homes. These are our traditional single-family residences. The next largest category is shown in blue, and these are our 40-foot lots, which come with the optional 0 lot line to help add some variety to the streetscape and offer a different sort of housing type within the single-family community. Shown in purple are our large lots, which are between 70 and 100 feet. We place these strategically around the Paragon Heights community as a transitionary lot size between their large lots and our single-family community. Shown in green here is the townhome project, which I'll get into more detail soon, which has townhomes and single-family attached units. And shown in red is our multifamily project, which shows the fourplexes each on an individual lot, each fourplex building on an individual lot. I also want to note that the driveway and the parking space is also on an individual lot within this multifamily fourplex. Here's some typical home elevations for our single family lots on the 40-foot plans. Attached single family for the 0 lot lines. And then some of our plans for our more mixed variety of 50 and 60-foot lots. Diving now into the townhome portion of the project. This is one area that we're really excited about bringing to the City Meridian. And we worked really hard with the city and the fire department to ensure this is a good product that is also going to be safe for future residents. What is shown is 46 total units. 29 of those are rear load townhomes, which are shown in the middle and on the north part of the project. These have basically rear entry with 2 car garages, and then the front doors of the units open up to, in this middle area, common mew, and on the north part to their own sort of private, smaller common space. On the west side of this townhome project, we have 9 front load townhomes, which each have their own private backyards. And then on the very south side, we have the attached duplex homes that front onto a public street, but have the backyards that open to the common mew. Also within this project, we have a amenity pocket park, which includes a pergola, barbecue area, seating, and a fire pit as shown. We wanted to keep the mew open for kind of passive recreation, and this is more kind of a space for gathering and programmed activities. This is a private street, as said before, that goes to the project. All the homes front on the private street with the exception of the duplex homes, which front on the public street. It was really important for the fire department to have 2 points of access on 2 separate roads, and so we accommodated that here. Here's some elevations of the rear load units we're offering. The front load units, with the backyards, and the front load duplex renderings. I also want to note that every unit here has some space of, whether it's a front load, rear load, or the duplexes, has some backyard or front yard space that can be fenced off. So you can let a dog out in the middle of the night, or have your small space to have a small vegetable garden that you can call your own, but also have the communal area of the common areas that you can share. Here's some examples of mews of some projects that our team has worked on around the country. And here's some renderings of the amenities in the gathering area. So going into the multifamily fourplex flats, as said before, there was 14 units or 14 lots within this project with the fourplex units totaling 56 total units in this area. Because this is a multifamily project, it will need to come through with a conditional use permit, and the design standards will follow suit. Just really quick about our home quality. Along with Brighton Home, we're committed to building 100% Energy Star certified homes. Last year in the Treasure Valley, we led the Treasure Valley in the amount of homes that were that received this Energy Star certification. That's something we're really proud of, in building energy efficient homes, as it's important for the environment, but also offers a lower energy cost for our home buyers. We have a design center here in Meridian where every home buyer can come and pick all the selections within their for their house. We were most recently on the cover of the Parade of Homes, and here's some images of that model home in Star in our Silkwood development. And lastly, about the medical campus, approximately 18 acres on the north side of a project in the mixed use area. This medical campus comprises of two buildings. One is the larger medical hospital in the center of the site, which is about 181,000 square feet. And then the medical office building located in the north east corner of the site, as far close to Rustic Oak and Chinden as we could get it. Because of the offset from the future light on the corner of Chinden and Levi Lane, the full access is 660 feet down Levi. And as mentioned, and by code, we were required to offer a frontage road that extends to our far boundary parallel to the state highway. And that is shown here in the pink. I also wanted to touch on that we have a hike and bike trail along the southern and the western part of the project with considerable dense trees to offer screening for the neighbors. We've rotated this building as many ways as I can count to ensure that it both functions as a hospital, but also does not interfere with the neighbors to our west. And we've accommodated them in a number of ways. One is we actually lowered the building heights from 4 stories to 3 stories, which is a notable change. A majority of this hospital is actually single story with just the center area as a 3-story. The medical office building here is also 3-story. As Sonia said before, currently this out parcel is not part of this application. The medical group that is the user for this site has agreed upon terms for this parcel. And if this greater parcel is entitled and zoned to the intended use, this out parcel will become part of the project, which is shown in this next slide, as moved all the way to the northeast corner. I want to quickly touch on a couple things as part of the mixed use requirements for the city. We wanted to have some integration with the surrounding area, which I've shown here in the outdoor areas of respite, the courtyards with outdoor dining that are integrated with our pathway system to allow people within the community to use this space as areas where they can relax or have a bite to eat, but also people that are users on the hospital can also share this area, and also kind of create some sort of community there, and also softens the use of the hospital in this residential area. And that's shown here as well with the revised layout, assuming that the out parcel comes into the property. I also want to note that the out parcel will be annexed and zoned at the conditional use permit process, so that will come into the project at that point. Here's some images of some visioning of what this medical campus will look like and the integration within the community. And just real briefly, this is an overhead image of the history of St. Luke's along Eagle Road and the Interstate 84, and how over time, when St. Luke's came, it was a majority residential area, but there was a lot of stimulation of development that happened because of the anchor of this medical center. We're well aware of the medical center on the north side of Chinden Road, and we are actually really excited about the efficiency of uses of having two medical centers across the street from each other. One, it provides a better product for the residents of Meridian in offering a variety of services and hopefully more competition for a better product, but also a sharing of physicians and sharing of thoughts and ideas and of employers, and having this be an area and a magnet for really good paying jobs and services for the community that serve the community. So one thing that we're looking forward to is potentially along Chinden, additional parcels coming into development for services that can serve the community as well. So that entails our presentation. Thank you all for having us present tonight. The plan that we're presenting to you is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the vision of the city. We're providing a diverse housing variety types and densities to appeal to many different buyers across the segment of our population. We're complying with all the dimensional standards in the zoning categories. And we believe that the medical campus is a model fit for this project and the mixed use designation, and it can serve to be a real anchor for the community. And just having the opportunity for, future employees of the hospital being able to walk or ride their bike to work is something that we look forward to, and we think that is a really positive thing for building community. We think that this project will really add community to the city of Meridian, and that it will be a model community as far as integrating a number of different housing varieties, but also land uses within the project. We're complying with all of the conditions that were brought forth by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and a lot of the changes that were made, we think will make this a better community for the future and existing residents of Meridian. And that concludes the presentation, so we stand for questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Council, any questions for the applicant? Councilman Burnt.
One question to the applicant. How, and you may have said it and may have missed it, and if you did so, I apologize. How do you propose getting services to your subdivision, for example, water and such?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I meant to touch on that. So services come from the south and the Oaks North subdivision. We have a verbal agreement with the developers of that project with Toll Brothers, and we have agreed upon terms verbally to extend those utilities in a timely manner. And so that is something that we're currently working on with the group that currently controls the water and sewer south of us. And those, the agreement will be finalized with this approval.
Councilman Burnt.
You answered my question. Thank you.
And that probably dovetails into the question I had, is in terms kind of piggybacking a little bit on the question Councilman Strader spoke about earlier, is the location of phase one. And this is at the very end as it pertains to the fire staff. Is that because of the water sewer connection?
Yes, that is accurate. And I can go back to that drawing of the phase one. Yeah, so the water and sewer will come here up Rustic Oak all the way north to Chinden. Another reasoning for that is we want to ensure that the services are available for the hospital parcel as well as the school parcel. So that is one of the reasons why this road runs all the way from the south to the north. And it, as well, will run all the way to McDermott to our west.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
maybe just to pivot into a detail or a little rabbit hole for a minute. If you could zoom in on either your elevations or your like site specific plan for the multifamily, I have some questions about that. Thank you. I looked at the amenity exhibit and I didn't see, you know, a tot lot or some type of an amenity for the multifamily. Am I off track there?
Right. So as part of the conditional use permit process, we'll be required to have 10% of this parcel as part of open space. So it's not necessarily shown well on here because we don't have that much detail yet. But with the conditional use permit process, we will have, you know, whether it's a tot lot or some sort of open space or an outdoor picnic area as part of this particular area.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Doctors make the worst patients, and multifamily apartment owners are probably more keyed in on this stuff. I'm a little bit concerned in terms of ensuring that there is an amenity like a tot lot. I don't think it's fair for the kids in apartments not to have a place to play. That's the first point that I'd like to make. And then additionally, I know we haven't seen a lot of detail with the elevations. A lot of these garden style apartments that have exposed concrete stairs, I have a real concern about as well. I know of several of these garden style apartments that have had stairs actually collapse or break, that have those concrete stairs that aren't covered. So I'd like to make sure that's not going to happen. And then just, I'd like to understand the intention with these. Are you intending to, I understand there will be a common management company, but are you intending to sell each apartment complex to individual owners, or are you contemplating common ownership?
So the intent is that there's one owner of each building. And so they can look at them as investment properties for renting. It could be owned by one person who has, you know, 4 friends who each want to have their own unit. It just kind of depends. But the intent is that each building has a single owner. And to touch really quick, Councilmember, on the concrete stairs, all of those are covered. I don't know if you can see it well in this rendering. It's not great, but there is a interior hallway, interior/exterior open hallway that has the covered stairways. These sort of details as far as the tot lot and having suitable recreational space, I agree with you. And that is something that we're going to have to work through with the conditional use permit with the public process, and ensuring that this is a really great project for families or anyone who chooses to live in this community.
I'm going to add something too, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader. I believe that there's a condition in the staff report too that Sonia included that requires us to have one management company that'll handle the leasing and maintenance of the entire multifamily development. So that'll ensure some consistency in the maintenance of the open space, even though the units or the buildings themselves will be privately owned.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I guess I have a concern, and I'm not sure how you could address it, and I'm not sure how pivotal it would be with my decision, but it's okay to have a common management company, but I've seen a lot of situations as a multifamily real estate owner myself where you have really disparate ownership from out-of-state owners, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance issues, and that's part of my concern. I don't know if there's a way to address that. I'm going to chew on it for a while, but that's partially where my concern is coming from. I just want to make sure that this part of the development is going to be as high of quality as the rest of it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, I might just add real quick, as part of the conditional use permit, I believe staff can probably condition us to possibly include a draft CC&R, or maybe have some stringent requirements for that part of the development too. That might be something that staff could touch on a little bit more as far as kind of the amount of the strength of any condition that they could include at the conditional use permit. And maybe mulling on it a little bit longer would kind of give us all some time to be creative about what that might look like too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
Excuse me, not to belabor that same point, but I have the same concern as Councilwoman Strader. There are a few projects that exist in Meridian like this that have individual owners. And there are consistently issues with deferred maintenance. If I may suggest that when the homeowners association is designed and set up, that potentially the exterior maintenance be all managed by the HOA instead of the individual owners, meaning, you know, the roofs and the siding and the painting and whatnot. That may be one thing, one way at least to the, as far as the appearance goes, to keep some conformity. There's only so much you can do about the maintenance on the interior if they're not owned individually, but we've had discussions about this before as a council, and I think in general there's a preference. I don't want to speak for my fellow council members, but if I remember our last conversation, there is a preference for single owner for those types of developments. So just wanted to put that out there.
Councilmember Peralt, that is absolutely something that we are accustomed to doing and that we are definitely willing to have. When we go through the conditional use permit process, we'll ensure that that's part of the conditions of maintaining the buildings and ensuring that we have a consistent exterior maintenance. And that's how we envision the project to be managed.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Chief.
Just to take one more swack at that dead horse, I also agree with Councilwoman Strader as well. When the buildings are individually owned, as far as trying to enforce the fire code, it becomes quite a challenge for my inspectors to try and drum up 16 different building owners to try and get them to get their sprinkler system serviced. So if we could do it the HOA thing or something, that would definitely help the fire department as well. So thank you for that comment, Liz.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
while Deputy Chief Bongiorno is unmuted, I have a question for him in regard to a section of his analysis about a ladder truck, and that is the closest ladder truck is Station 1, which is 13 minutes away. Just wanted to pick your brain, Deputy Chief, and get your thoughts and what you think about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, the fact for the multifamily, really the ladder truck is in our first response for a structure fire. You get a ladder truck and 3 engines and a battalion chief. So for the ladder truck to get there, if they were to do any rescue or operations, ladder truck operations on the multi-story buildings, it's a 13-minute response if they're in their house. I did pull the numbers for Eagle because Eagle is straight down Chittenden, straight down Eagle to their fire station, and it's roughly right about the same amount of time. I think one was 12 minutes and one was 13 minutes or something to that fact. So at some point, as our city grows, we will be adding a second ladder truck, and that will help with that issue. Because anytime you do have a working fire, you get the same response again. So you get another ladder truck and 3 additional engines. So that's always a concern when we start adding multi-story buildings like the hospital, because we only have 1 ladder truck in it, and it is from this point 13 minutes away.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
That's a big concern for me. This is in a section of our city that almost couldn't be further away from Station 1, to be honest with you. And so if there was an incident where a ladder truck was needed, a 13-minute response time, and I believe you said in your report that was during the best of time. So if it was during rush hour or in the morning where there were more vehicles on the road, that potentially could be, 13 minutes plus. That's a long ways.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, it is. And when I did my presentation to council a couple weeks ago, I did misspoke. That ladder truck that we are getting is it's not a replacement. It's an addition to.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and I guess the replacement for the ladder truck's a couple years off in this CFP. So we will have 2 ladder trucks. One will be used as a reserve, but at some point, if we were to put it in Station 7 or Station 8 or somewhere on the north end of town, it could be utilized, and then we would have 2 truck companies. That benefits the citizens, and it also gives us a better insurance rating as well.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Deputy Chief Bongiorno, while you're on, I wanted to follow up. You had mentioned there's no left, you cannot turn left heading west on Chinden onto Black Cat. How long is that arrangement going to last?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, if you look at the map that's up on the screen, we can't make a left onto McDermott is where that left is. And it will be that way until Highway 16 is pushed through.
Okay, and that's what I thought. That Idaho 16 corridor, I think they're in phase 2 right now, and doing some acquisitions and rights of way and starting on some different things. I remember a seminar, ITD open house I went to, and phase 2 was a $265 million project. Phase 3, they have the connections where they add, however they're going to do this bypass, and 2026 is slated in phase 3. That's only $185 million for all that work for these connections. I have no idea where the state of Idaho is going to get that money. I mean, we're how many millions every year falling short on just maintaining what we have. So I guess I'm going to transition that after I get off my soapbox to the applicant to talk about some transportation issues that might arise from that. So Mr. Mayor, if I would, I'd like to kind of ask some questions of the applicant on some transportation issues.
Go at it.
All right. Well, thank you. Patrick, one frame of reference that I have is I look at St. Luke's, and you showed that slide, and thank you for that, because there's a lot of similarities here where you're on a state highway. There's going to be access onto a collector. And that was one of the things I wanted to double check, is that emergency access for ambulances, whatnot, coming down. Here you show Levi Lane, which I think was North Rustic Way on another slide. Is it going to be Levi Lane, first of all?
Currently, that's the name of the driveway, but it will be North Rustic Oak. It's just shown this way because that's the extent of the road to the north, but it will be officially North Rustic Oak.
North Rustic Way, then. And that is a workable solution for emergency vehicles, ambulances coming into the emergency portion off of that light to come in that way. Will that work?
So currently, that's the access, given that we do not have direct access to Chinden. Now, I do want to touch on just one part of that, is this particular medical campus is not a trauma hospital. That's like a St. Luke's and St. Al's. They get the really big trauma issues. This is strictly the emergency use is more of kind of like an urgent care use, and it's really only there because of the level of surgeries that they would potentially do on the medical campus. It's maybe a requirement, or they want something they want to have there as part of the medical campus. And so we do not anticipate, potentially maybe the intended user of this medical campus can offer some more detail on the use of that ambulance. But and also another thing is there won't be a ton of ambulance access, and there won't be the lights and the sirens as you would typically have when you think of ambulances around residential areas.
Thank you for that. That's good to know. However, I also realize that as we grow as a community and this area grows and Star builds out, remembering how St. Luke's on Eagle Road grew and grew and grew. And I think they had emergency things right from the get-go, and you won't. But, trying to look ahead and seeing, okay, what will that look like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, and the impacts that will be there? Are we setting the foundation for that to be able to expand and to grow and planning it the correct way? So hopefully we get it right out of the box. I also was curious because, like I said, using Luke's as the reference point on Eagle Road, if you're heading east on Chinden Boulevard, ITD will not allow a right in or right out from the medical campus onto Chinden in the middle of that property or towards the closer to the west edge of the property.
That's correct. We did apply for emergency right in, right out directly to the state highway. ITD did not allow that access point. And if we're going to be talking about the medical center, the intended user, Betsy Hunsicker, actually has her hand raised to speak a little bit on that. If it is okay, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, can she chime in?
Yes, I'm fine with that, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Is the city clerk going to let her in? Is she in? Right.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, there was a blue circle there for a while. Hi, my name is Betsy Hunsicker. I'm with HCA Healthcare West Valley Medical Center. So the way we oriented the emergency department and with the hospital was along that Levi Lane or Rustic Oak street. So the ambulance access actually will be, we designed it to be more direct off of that, from that access. So that should work for us. I totally agree with what you're saying, that, we really envision this being a hospital that meets the kind of immediate needs of that community with women's care, surgical care, more, kind of more reflective of the community with a small emergency room. But you're right, as it grows, it's likely it's likely that could grow as well. But we did intentionally design it so it's oriented along Levi Lane or Rustic Oak, so that would be a better access for the ambulances.
Thank you for that. And looking at Luke's on Eagle, it seems they make it work that way, and I think that would be workable that way. If we go back to that other slide you had that showed the full development, Patrick, or whoever's controlling that, one of the concerns I have, until that left turn is allowed onto McDermott, I do have some concerns that with that light there, and as it gets built out, people are going to be coming down, North Rustic Way, and then making their way over to McDermott as a shortcut. And when that road is completely built to McMillan, I'm just wondering how in the world, if we don't have these access points on that Idaho 16 corridor built out yet, how that's going to be workable. I'm not saying it's a deal stopper, but it's just one of those things looking ahead going, if they don't allow certain access points for people to fully turn left or turn right or whatever direction people want to go, people will find ways to cut through and find shortcuts and go through residential areas. And just something I think we need to be aware of as this whole thing fleshes out with that Idaho 16 corridor in the works. So I don't know if you have a comment on that. I'm assuming there's traffic calming measures here. It looks like that street along the big open space would probably be more than 700 feet, and you have some traffic calming things going on. If you might mention that, yeah, right through there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, we've worked extensively with ITD on exactly what you brought up as a concern. And so the McDermott Road is actually going to terminate in a cul-de-sac just north of our northwest corner. And so that road, our first phase, if you'll probably remember, sorry, I'm pointing at the screen and you can't even see what I'm doing, but Levi Lane to the south to Oaks North is going to be constructed, and then over to the west, we'll be including about 65 residences in our first phase, which will stub that roadway over to McDermott Road. So that'll be a connection point there. And Oaks or Rustic Oak North is actually intended to be a collector roadway. So it's meant and has been forecasted by the City of Meridian and Ada County Highway District on the master street map to be a road that'll kind of collect more traffic and take stress off of more heavily used roads. So in this case, the intention of that roadway is to take most of the traffic that would usually be going over to McDermott or over to Black Cat and kind of give them a halfway point to go north and south. In regard to your question about the traffic calming, yes, that was a comment that ACHD had, and that's something that'll be easy to mitigate. We do have a couple of roads that are exceeding the 750-foot length. I think primarily the one that's on the southern boundary, kind of adjacent to the homes on the Oaks North subdivision. And the reason for that is that we actually couldn't put stub streets in there. There weren't any that were provided with that subdivision to the south. The Levi Lane or Rustic Oak Way technically has some roads that kind of intersect in between. So it doesn't qualify for that 750-foot length requirement, but we'll still obviously make sure that that road is properly mitigated for any traffic concerns and is safe for folks living in the area as well as those folks using it for north-south travel. So if that answers your question.
With you, Stephanie. Thank you for pointing out those intersections. Yes, that's a very good point. And it looks like for Levi, North Rustic, you do have setbacks there. So those houses, the backs of them will have some setback from that road. So they're not right up against it. And if that's going to be a main, still a collector, classified as a collector, but they'll have some buffer from that being directly on the roadway. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland. We're required to put a 20-foot landscape buffer along Levi Lane or Rustic Oak, sorry. So that will provide a nice buffer area for folks that have their homes fronting, or I guess backing onto that roadway. We also have the 10-foot multi-use pathway, which Patrick mentioned, that kind of extends along the entire north-south roadway there. So that'll provide an additional barrier there.
Okay, good information. Thank you.
Of course, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
While we're still on the topic of transportation, so Sonia had mentioned that council needs to determine about the proposed access, you know, that being a collector, Rustic Oak being a collector instead of an arterial, which is what is required in code for emergency care. So we've talked about whether this really classifies as emergency care or not. So I have a couple of questions regarding that. One, do you believe that this does classify as emergency care under our code? And number two, we had the same conversation with the hospital that's going to be going in nearby, going into the north, and that is essentially going to dead end into their development. And they originally had intended that to be, I mean, that'll be that can't be an arterial because it essentially dead ends and it's a very short street, but they're going to design it in such a way that it has the capacity of an arterial, where it's going to be like a boulevard entrance. And so is that a conversation that's been had? And I'd like to actually hear from the applicant and from this staff and from staff on whether that's a possibility here in this situation, so that it gives the usability of an arterial, but it's not actually, you know, designated that way. Hope that question made sense.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Peralt, I think, so in regard to designing it as an arterial roadway, I don't know that we've got enough space to design it to that width or to include a boulevard entrance. I think the amount of space that we've actually shown here is exactly what we need for the collector. In fact, we had to be kind of creative with ACHD in dedicating the correct amount of right of way, which I think was like 60 plus feet. So I don't know if that would be an option. I think we'd, certainly be willing to think about what an option could be. I think we're lucky in this case because the medical campus is directly abutting the state highway, and we don't have any other uses that'll be kind of in between those two uses. And the way that we've designed the medical campus specifically is to kind of limit the number of access points that are on Rustic Oak. We have just one full access point that's at the 660 feet south of the intersection there as required by code, and in allowing or providing that frontage road, and then just one right in, right out that's shown a little bit further north to that. So hopefully that will alleviate any concern there, but it's a little tricky. I think it's a little bit different of a design than what's at the Pollard subdivision to the north too. And I apologize, but I don't remember the first part of your question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
It was whether or not you agree with this being considered an emergency care facility under Meridian's code in terms of requiring it to be an arterial. There was some conversation about this not necessarily being like an ambulatory hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor or Councilman Pearl. I think we might defer to Betsy on that question just because she has a lot better of a feel for how her hospital operates. So we'll go ahead and let her talk.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I don't know that I'm particularly well versed in how the emergency use is defined by the city of Meridian. But from my perspective, most hospitals have an adjacent and attached emergency room, and that we are proposing it with that. It is not actually required to have an emergency room by the state of Idaho. So it's something that when we come back I think there has to be a future permitting of the actual hospital. So when we come back at that point in time, we'll be more specific about the actual services being provided in this location. But for now, we are proposing it with an emergency room. So I would assume a full service emergency room would meet your definition at this point in time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I wanted to drill down for a second into the open space. We're in the middle of updating our open space requirements, and we have a work group. So it's a big focus for the city, I think, to increase our standards and really take a hard look at what qualified open space means. So I kind of wanted to understand, if you take out the open spaces on a couple of these lots that are small, that don't meet the minimum dimensional standards, and I personally don't count like buffers and things. I just don't. I understand that we do, but I don't. So what's your real open space, I guess, is my question, that's outside of those categories. And, do you think that's appropriate for an annexation and the level of the quality of development that you have here?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, I think it's hard to calculate that kind of off the cuff, but if we were to take out the buffers, which is 100%, I think, of the collectors, and then 50% of any arterial, it'd probably be around like 10% with what we're showing here. I think the blue outlines that are shown on the screen, as you can see here, are, with the exception of the large central open space, are all areas that qualify under the open space ordinance. As far as, we're not showing any linear open space, which is always a little bit tricky, but all of the space that you see here would qualify under that ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, could we have staff respond as well if they have that handy?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, staff did that analysis. As I stated, it exceeds our UDC standards. The UDC does count buffers, so we have to count those. I don't have the calcs without those handy though.
Mr. Mayor,
Greater.
I'd like to understand what percentage of the qualified open space is being contributed by buffers, and what our open space would really be if we didn't have that. That's just me. I understand what our requirements are, but this is a massive development. It just seems like it would be so if the applicant gets a chance, the decision may not hinge on it necessarily, but I'd like to know that information if it's possible.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, I think, we can certainly try our best to guesstimate. The buffers do not offer a lot of usable open space in this regard. So I think, looking at the usable large open space, such as the almost 4-acre central park that we're providing, as well as the multi-use pathways that are included along all of Rustic Oak and then to the east and along Chinden, as well as the two smaller tot lots and the large tot lot. That's all usable open space that I believe if we were to calculate would actually probably be over the 10%. I think we're at 11.8 with the buffers included. And I'm just trying to think about how far those all are to kind of calculate square footage, but I think it'd be pretty minimal if you compare it to the open space that we're providing overall.
Thank you for your commentary.
Thanks.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant or staff? Okay, well, this is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, did we have anybody sign up to testify in this item?
Mr. Mayor, we had a few people sign up, no one indicating a wish to testify. I do see one hand raised, though.
Okay, well, we will go ahead and go to the person who has indicated a desire to speak under their 3 minutes allotted time frame. If there's anybody else who is on the Zoom call that would like to testify, please indicate so by raising your hand, and we will bring you in one at a time to provide testimony. Madam Clerk, who is our first person you're bringing in?
Mr. Mayor, that would be Carrie Pittman.
Carrie, if you can
you hear
unmute
me?
yourself. Yep, we can hear you. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Okay, it's Carrie Pittman. Address is 6203 North Serenity Lane.
Thank you. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
I'd like, can you bring up the slide of the frontage roads access proposal? Yeah, that one there. I'm the first house on the left when you come down Serenity there, from the north going to south. That the corner of my property and that frontage road is only like 21 feet from the right of way. Is that going to be a one-way or two-way road? Oh my gosh. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you have other comments or would you like staff to answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead, staff. Answer the question of that frontage road inlet and outlet.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council,
Road lane going east.
I believe it's 20 feet wide. The applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's 20.
And that's substantial for two-way traffic?
So real quick, Mr. Mayor, council members, we believe that it's actually 26 feet wide and it is intended for two-way traffic on that frontage road. There's no parking or there's no backing along that, strictly driving lanes.
All right, well, I would dispute that from my tape measure that I've put out there from the corner of my fence to the fence that's out there right now is 21 feet. So I'll dispute that. Also, what does the CMU wall mean?
So
8-foot CMU wall behind my property.
Is a type of masonry wall. It's required between commercial land use and residential land uses. So it's an 8-foot masonry wall to help with privacy and noise screening between two separate land uses.
That'll be great for the view that I used to have at Bogus. So, okay. Yeah. Anyway, I would dispute that that measurement between there and the right of way. So I don't know where you guys get that measurement from, but I've measured it consistently different from there. And that what is the frontage road used for? Access for employees or ambulance? Any emergency vehicles? What is that? What's the purpose of the frontage road? Staff?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you want me responding directly or.
Yes, please do.
The purpose of the frontage road at this point will just be for emergency access to the site. When and if the residential properties redevelop and the property to the west of Peregrine Heights subdivision redevelops commercially, that will provide a frontage road along the state highway. City code requires it to reduce access points to the state highway.
So that will be emergency access to the property in my west? Or the property to the west?
It will eventually be a frontage road that's used as an access road, a public access road to the properties from the properties to the west to the collector street, Rustic Oak. But right now, until those properties redevelop, it will just be used as an emergency access to this medical center complex.
So if somebody turns the wrong direction off of Chinden and comes down Serenity and blocks that emergency access road, because of there's a gate or bollards or whatever could end up being down there, is that going to be an issue for someone?
That's, Mr. Mayor, that's a question for the fire department. I'm not sure that this is a required access. I'll defer to Joe on that.
Mr. Mayor and Carrie, that access is required for the medical campus if it gets approved and moves forward. And it does have to be 26 feet wide because of the 3-story portion of the building. 30 feet or 3 stories requires 26-foot wide roadways for the ladder truck.
That's 13 minutes away.
Correct.
At this point, yeah. So my concern is that, and not that I would want this to happen, but if I am coming from my property and I'm going out to Chinden, and should there not be bollards or a gate or whatever there, and I'm going to turn right on Chinden, and I have my truck and my camp trailer, and somebody pulls up behind me, and you need emergency access down that road, who's responsible for that? I mean, because if I can't get out on Chinden, then I've got the road blocked, essentially. Does that make sense?
It does. And we would hope that with lights and sirens going, that you would do your best to get out of the way.
Well, no, that would be my hope, but I just don't want to be, I prefer that that not be an issue or something I'd be put in front of, but it appears that that's not going to be, that's just going to have to be a one-time, hopefully, if any one-time position there, but. All right, that was my questions for tonight. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Mr. Pittman?
Nope.
Okay. Madam Clerk, who's our next person to testify?
Mr. Mayor, that will be Doug Hanneborg.
Okay. If you can state your name and address for the record after you unmute yourself, that'd be great. Mr. Hanneberg, you're unmuted now if you want to try speaking. Madam Clerk, if we want to try bringing in somebody else right now and maybe communicate with Mr. Hanneberg for a phone in number if necessary.
Absolutely. Corey, you'll be next. One moment, please. Mr. Mayor, next will be Corey Coltrane.
Or if you can unmute your mic and state your name and address for the record.
There we go. Yeah, this is Corey Coltrane at 6178 North Serenity Lane. I am the third home south of Chinden on Serenity Lane there. And so I am the home that is going to be looking directly at a 3-story building, it looks like. And I would just like the council to consider getting that hospital all the way over towards to the east, as close to Levi Lane or Rusty, whatever, and get it away from the our neighborhood over there. Just fudge it over there as far as you possibly can. You know, we've been here 22 years now and have enjoyed a wonderful view, and obviously we're going to lose that, but you know, with a pool in the backyard and stuff, it's going to be pretty uncomfortable having 3 stories looking down into my backyard. I don't care how much landscaping you put in there. It's going to be pretty detrimental to us. And I'd appreciate if you guys would consider fudging that over just as far east as possible.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Pearl.
would it be possible for the applicant to comment on Mr. Coltrane's concern and the possibility of moving that further east. Just curious if they had looked at that in their design.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, and Mr. Coltrane. We have moved this building around quite a bit. Initially, I'm not familiar with your name, but we had it oriented even closer to the residences, and it was oriented north-south. We have moved it as far over as we can possibly get it in order to provide sufficient access into the project for the buildings, for the roads around for safety, and also to have sufficient parking along Levi Lane. So that where the building is as far east as we can get it, and we've looked at it every way we could. Initially, the building was oriented so the loading zone was adjacent Mr. Coltrane's house, and we rotated it to accommodate concerns of the neighbors. So the loading zone was on the south side. So we've looked at this thing, tried to move it, and talked to the HOA representative today for over an hour about the location of this building and getting into where it needs to be. And I hope that Doug will have a chance to testify as well, as he can give kind of more backstory and how this building has moved around and shifted, and where it's at, I believe, is as close, as far away from the neighbors as possible. I think it's over 300 feet as it is right now. And as said before, it's 3 stories, which I know isn't 1 story, but it's certainly not 4, which what it was initially. So we did lose 1 story. And it is 1 story on one half of it. I know the other half is 3, but yeah, we moved that building as friendly as we possibly could from the neighbors, and while also guaranteeing access off of Levi Lane for safe access.
Patrick, just a follow-up question to that, and because you mentioned the parking along Levi, I'm just curious, why is that parking needed there as compared to on the back, since there's no real access into the building from that side?
So the parking between the hospital building and Levi, they try to have parking surrounding the building wherever it's at. You need to have sufficient parking adjacent to the ambulance entry and the urgent care center as close as possible. And you need to have a certain number of spaces adjacent to the urgent care as possible. This building and HCA has built these hospitals around the country, and working with the architect for over 6 or 7 months on how to get this thing designed. They are experts in how these things need to be designed and organized for patient safety and patient privacy and everything like that. And so where that parking is adjacent to the building, as I said, is as close as we can possibly get it over, and while maintaining safety and privacy for the patients.
Hi, this is Betsy from HCA Healthcare again, Mayor and council members. If I may add, you do need to have parking over on the emergency side. Initially, we did have more parking around the perimeter, and that was also a concern of the neighbors, that employees would be parking and coming in kind of at all hours and be adjacent to their property with that. So that was also, we were trying to address their concern around just traffic on the perimeter backing up to people's homes. And like Patrick said, it was turned. So the tall building, it was 4 stories previously, and those went north-south. So obviously the longest perspective, the width was blocking the neighbors, and now turning the width has less, doing that less, or it's a narrower profile, the direction of the neighbors. So I I just want to kind of reinforce what Patrick said, that we've moved this building and the MOB a lot. And we've taken an entire story off of the building, which is a pretty significant change in terms of making it a viable project. And so I think we've really tried to accommodate the neighbors' concerns pretty significantly.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
We've had conversations in the past about just not wanting to, just really upholding Meridian's desire to have a premier community, right? That's part of what what our value and our goal is as a city. And we've talked about not having projects where there's a lot of concrete and a lot of blacktop. I'm curious if the applicant had considered any kind of parking structure rather than having just asphalt, and if that would free up any space for them to have some more retail or restaurant. To me, it seems like it's just a really small amount, almost kind of like the retail and restaurant was put in there as a concession to what staff had suggested. And I don't feel like it's a significant part of this project. So I'm just curious if there was any consideration of a parking garage. I know they're very expensive and maybe it's completely cost prohibitive, but I'd like to hear their thoughts on that.
This is Betsy, and Mayor and council members, I'll try to address that. You're right, parking garages are very expensive. We initially had the MOB separate from the retail, but in the desire to move the MOB as far east as we could, we really had to put it all together. So that was actually something that we initially had an office building, and then we had two separate pads that were retail on the corner. But to move that building further east and make that work, we consolidated that. And I think that the downside of the parking structure is that you would end up putting that on the western end of this property, which I think would be undesirable for the neighbors to be backing up to a parking garage. That's based on the previous conversations. We did not propose that at any point, so I'm speculating, but based on other feedback, that would be, that's what I would have expected to have heard. But those are the other kind of, that's my commentary on that.
We still have at least Mr. Hanneberg. We tried to bring him back in, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take a different approach and just give him permission to talk. Doug, you're unmuted.
Mr. Hanneberg, if you can hear us, if you can try to speak.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hanneberg, the phone number that you can try calling in on is 1-669-900-6833. Once you dial in, enter code 861-3394-3545.
Madam Clerk, maybe we can put that up somehow. We don't know if he was sitting there with the pen and paper ready to write that down.
Mr. Mayor, it'll take me a few minutes, but I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Council, we have people who've already spoken asking raising their hands again. We do have someone who's dialed in, Madam Clerk. Who's raised their hand to speak.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one moment. You should have the ability to unmute themselves and speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. If you can state your name and address for the record,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, Doug Hannaborg, 6002 North Serenity Lane, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. Sorry about that. I was having some technical difficulties with the microphone. But yeah, thank you guys for giving us an opportunity. I'm the current HOA president for Peregrine Heights. And for time's sake, we asked some of the neighbors to just email in questions or concerns that they had up to this point. And so I have a short list here of just some questions and concerns. They pertain to both applicant and staff. So I don't know if it's best if I just kind of list them out and then we can address those or what's best. But I also want to start off by thanking both Patrick and the hospital. They both have been, great to work with and have listened to our questions and our concerns and have done the best to their ability up to this point to try to accommodate us. So we do appreciate that as well. One of the concerns that was brought up also recently was the possibility of another gate, probably on the north side of Serenity Lane. There is still quite a bit of concern of people trying to access through the neighborhood there, and we'll end up with maybe even twice the amount of traffic if people are going down to figure out that it's a dead end, or they reach the gate at the south lane and then they have to turn around and come back through our neighborhood again. So either another gate there or a private road or dead end type sign, we feel would help that. There's also been some concern about that frontage road and the access road there, and some confusion too. We just would like some clarification. There's really nowhere else along Shendon Road that has any frontage road that I'm aware of. Even down to Eagle Road, where it's probably the busiest intersection, there's really, to my knowledge, no type of that type of frontage road. And it's such a short little section here. And there's some concern with the traffic having to go through that parking lot and weave through there. And just kind of what the future purpose is what is the land to the west of us going to be zoned as? Is that going to be primarily residential, or are they planning commercial zoning there? So there's just some concerns there. We would also be interested in seeing if maybe we could get a rendering or more detail. Patrick did provide some of the pictures for the gates, so we appreciate that and the style. We're just curious more of what that would look like at the front entrance. If we are to put one there on the north side, we'd probably have to widen or put in a cul-de-sac type area for cars that are not able to access through the gate, or if they had to turn around, because that is a fairly narrow private road there on the north side. So in going back to that frontage road, the 600 feet that's required off of Levi Lane, sounds like that's like a city code or something like that. The UDC 11-3H-4B.3. There's some curiosity about the actual frontage road itself, it being so close to Shendon, and with the future expansion of Shendon, and there not being that much room there, are there any ordinance or city codes that there has to be so much room between Shendon and that frontage road? That's a concern as well. There's some questions about fire hydrants and future city water that would most likely be coming through our neighborhood. We're currently all on septic and wells, and so there's some questions about that and concerns about that. But do we need to address some of these, or should I stop and let people try to answer some of those things? Or
Typically, you testify and questions will be asked.
Okay. And so, yeah, there's just some concerns about that with the fire hydrants. We probably need one on the north and the south side, at least, of our neighborhood. I don't know what the city codes are for that. even though we're not, I don't think, part of the annexation, but with the water and things in the future coming through. Pertaining to the hospital, there's some questions and concerns about the lighting in the parking lot, transitioning from west to east. If there's the possibility of doing like lower type parking lighting or things that aren't as so high up in the air that they're going to be shining into residents' backyards or causing a nuisance for those homes that back up to the hospital, if they can maybe do some type of lower lighting, and then they can maybe get taller as they get closer to the buildings. But that's somewhat of a concern as well. You know, any of those, we're aware that there's a sound barrier, but there's still some concerns for like trash and smell and noise from like HVAC units that'll be on top of the buildings. So there's just some concerns there still with noise and smell and lighting concerns as well. Also, I don't know if Patrick or if somebody can pull up a picture further down of the neighborhood of the larger estate lots. But they did eliminate, it looks like, one of the lots there. There is some concern. Typically, a home is the biggest purchase that a family makes. And so these are all, our lots here are all, you know, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, $900,000, some approaching $1 million lots in homes here. They're all at least an acre plus. And so there's some concern about, you know, how many lots are butting up to those properties. There's still 4 properties butting up to the very southeast corner lot there. And so we're just curious as if, you know, there's still something that can be done there with concern to property values possibly going down, you know, going from an acre, you know, with nothing next to it, and then all of a sudden now there's 4 lots that butt right up next to it, whereas the other properties only have 2 that are butting up to it. So just concerned that it might devalue possible future square footage for some of the homes and properties. Going back to the fire as well, that 5-minute access, it seems to me that that's currently the situation, but just curious, as Shendon also develops, it sounds like there's been talks of getting rid of the middle turn lane and maybe doing a concrete wall. There are no current points for U-turns anywhere. So it looks like from that map that the fire chief put up that currently it's green. But in the future, when there won't be when there will be a right in, right out there on Serenity, what does that look like when Shendon is expanded? There is no U-turn anywhere there. Shendon eventually goes down to a 2-lane beyond east there of Highway 16, and there's really no U-turns anywhere beyond that. So there's just some concern with fire access, being able to get to the residents in a timely manner, with there being no U-turns on the right in, right out. Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Hamburg. Any further comments? If not, we can
Yeah, I'm
start.
just wanting to make sure I didn't miss any here real quick, but I think it's the majority of them. There's questions about the second access point to McDermott. And it seems to me like, or it seems to a lot of us, that from the beginning, the point of the access road up north was to create a second access point. But there's questions as to, does McDermott not justify that, and or taking an access point over to Black Cat, like through the school or north or south of the future school site there. There's a way to tie into maybe Black Cat that way as well, because it seems like we're cramming these 2 access points in just north of us, which I think in the future, from what we understand, the plans are that that'll be closed off completely because it's going to be too close to Highway 16, is our understanding. So there's some questions about that. think that's the gist of it. I'm sure there could be still some other questions that we didn't get to address right now that some other people might chime in and still want to ask. But I think that were the majority of it. So yeah, we could address those on transportation and fire, and yeah, so that'll be different applicants and the staff that can maybe chime in on some of those concerns and questions that we have.
Okay, council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I guess a question I have for the HOA president, I apologize I didn't catch his name, but do you feel, sir, like you had a neighborhood meeting and that you've had an adequate opportunity to understand, the details? And I guess I'm just asking, do you feel like you want more one-on-one interaction with the developer and city staff? That's certainly not in the cards at the moment, but feels like there were a lot of detailed questions.
Yeah, I feel like there's I think some of us in the neighborhood feel like some of this is being thrown together, and we've been talking with Patrick for like over a year. And like I said, he's been great about answering questions and helping us. Some of this is not even with Patrick. Some of it is it's more like fire, transportation. So there's kind of a blend here. But I feel like as a neighborhood, we're doing our best to ask our questions and trying to get them answered. And I think, a lot of them have been. As you guys can tell from this plan, there's been a lot of changes, and that's, a lot of that has come from our suggestions, which we appreciate, the flexibility and them doing that. And so I just think there's some concerns. I mean, like I said, it's the biggest purchase most people make is their home. And so for a lot of people here, they've either purchased, in the last few recent years when prices have gone up, or they're people that have lived here for 20 years. And, it's a big change because a lot of the value here were the views of the mountains. And so there are all these proposals here, and there's still some unanswered questions like about this frontage road that we feel like we're not really getting the answers on that makes sense. Like with the frontage road itself, we're passing through a parking lot, and then it's like Kerry was saying, it's like butting up right next to his property line. And, eventually the plans are to close Serenity for future ITD planning, it sounds like. So yeah, I feel like there's just still some unanswered questions that we're not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
There's a lot of detail, and it's a really big project. And I'm only one city council person, but I think it's okay to take our time in making a final decision and getting it right. And if we could do this all night, we could be here until 2 a.m., but maybe continuing this to give some opportunity for staff and others to hash out some more detailed one-on-one meetings might actually work out best. That's just 2 cents.
Let's start with getting the questions answered, because I think a lot of them are quite simple questions that I could answer, but I'm going to defer to staff and let them do it. Council, any questions for Mr. Hannenberg?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Not a question, just a response to one of his, and has to deal with property values. And just from speaking from personal experience, Doug, my wife and I on a rural property, her family's farm, and we experience the same thing that you're looking at going through, and that is having houses right up next to you and losing the views. I sympathize. We miss that, but it happens. And I have to tell you though, with now having 3 houses behind me, well, 2 plus a fraction of the other one, except for 08 and 09 when everybody's property values went down, we have not experienced any property value decrease because of the development and those houses up against ours. So, I mean, if that's any solace, which, this is a tough pill to swallow when development comes calling, and I understand how your folks feel, but it can be a good thing if it sounds like you've got developers who are listening to you, which is always good. And We want to certainly take a hard look at this and make it a good project if that's where we end up going. But just wanted to share that with you, that at least from my experience, when development moved in, because of the type of development, the quality and whatnot, we didn't experience any property value decrease except for those bad years for everybody. So hope that helps.
Deputy Chief, would you like to respond regarding the fire-related questions?
Sure, I'll jump in. Mr. Mayor and council and our caller, I also didn't catch his name. So a couple items. So looking at access, as far as access goes, there's two things that we're looking at here. The proposed medical campus, because it has a building that's over 120,000 square feet and it's 3 stories tall, that parcel alone requires 2 separate accesses. And the 2 accesses have to be at least half the diagonal of the property apart. So that's one reason why there's the frontage road over to Serenity Lane. So we would have 1 access on the west and 1 access on the east. And then as far as the connection to McDermott goes, it's the same thing for access for the subdivision. Anytime you have more than 30 homes on a subdivision, you have to have 2 separate accesses. So once Levi Lane or Rustic Canyon or Rustic Oak is built, they will have 2 separate accesses, one to north and one to the south. And then also they're giving us an access out to McDermott. So there'll actually be 3 accesses, which is better. As far as Serenity Lane goes, it's my understanding that the north end, the end up against Chinden Boulevard, is going to stay open until the roadway is widened. Now, I don't know when that is scheduled to be widened, but it's my understanding when they do the full build out of Chinden Boulevard, there will be a cul-de-sac on the end of Serenity Lane. You have to remember a cul-de-sac is 96 feet in diameter, so that's going to eat up a lot of ground when they go to put that cul-de-sac in. There was no talk, at least to me, about another gate at the north end of Serenity Lane. Again, my goal the last time we talked about this at Planning and Zoning was we would like unhindered access. And I was okay with the gate on the south end of Serenity Lane because we were going to put an Opticom device on it, which would give us quicker access into your subdivision. As far as fire hydrants go, because you are not in the city, I don't believe, and I'll defer this to Clint to fill in. But there will be no fire hydrants that I'm aware of brought up Serenity Lane. So I believe there is one at the north end somewhere near that gate. And then there's probably going to be one on the proposed medical campus nearby, but there are no plans to bring a fire hydrant onto Serenity Lane. And that's all I had written down. So if there's anything I missed, happy to.
I think the one thing that if the access changes, but maybe if you will just want to reiterate the point about where Fire Station 7/8 is planned to be built so that they're aware of where the future response will come from and that will occur well before Chinden is ever built out to 6 lanes.
Correct, Mr. Mayor and City Council and our caller. Yes, Station 7 or Station 8, whichever one we're going to call it, is within a mile. I don't know if Patrick, if you want to quit sharing, I can bring that map up again. I still have it open. Let me know when it's up.
It's up, Chief.
Okay, so here is Serenity Lane, right here in this little green area. And then right here over by the high school is where we own this land right here, this little Idaho shaped piece of land. The city, I don't know if we've closed on it yet, but we own that piece of property. And that is where one of our proposed fire stations is going to go. So once that station is open and built, we just have a quick jaunt down McDermott, and then we're into that area fairly quickly. Again, with that station built, that's what our 5-minute response time looks like in that area. So the whole thing is green. And actually, if we zoom out a little bit, we cover quite a bit. So we'll actually go almost into Star with that fire station being built.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. If we can now go to Mr. Dolesby just to confirm the water sewer infrastructure in this area.
Sure, yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As a part of this development, if Patrick, could you bring back up that? Yeah, thank you. That the services are going to be stubbed down that little stub street that goes to the bottom. Yeah, right there. There's water and sewer services that will be in that road when it gets stubbed to the end of that cul-de-sac. And the plan to serve that Serenity Lane would be that those water and sewer lines would be taken up in the future up Serenity Lane. We don't have any plans to do that as a city project. It would more than likely, it would be done as kind of as an as needed basis as the septics or the wells fail in Serenity Lane. So right now we wouldn't have any plans to bring services up Serenity Lane or put fire hydrants in, but in the future, water and sewer would most likely go up Serenity Lane to serve those homes.
Thank you, Mr. Dolesby. And Sonia, I'm going to turn the rest over to you to the best of your ability to follow up on any of the additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm not sure that I got everything he was asking, but I can cover a couple of them that I remember. There was some conversation about or concerns about light trespass. When we review the actual detailed plans for the site with the certificate of zoning compliance and design review, we do require a photometric plan to be submitted from a light engineer, and lighting cannot trespass onto adjacent residential properties. So we will be reviewing a photometric plan with approval of the project. Frontage roads, typically we like to see a public street. The reason we did not require one to the west is because of the Peregrine Heights, the residential development, and the feasibility of it redeveloping anytime soon. We didn't feel like it was probably very feasible that would happen. So rather than require a public stub street to a residential property that couldn't go anywhere for quite some time, we looked at the alternative of a frontage road. So that will provide access eventually to the property to the west, which is part of the future mixed use interchange designated area, and a State Highway 16 interchange. Yes, in that area there. Is there any other questions that I missed?
So yeah, I think the only thing that I had, and I just don't recall, what is the land use designation that this area to the west is?
Yeah, it's mixed use interchange, MUI.
Okay.
And it's just basically for low traffic mix of uses.
Is that primarily residential, commercial in that?
It could, yeah, it could be that. We want to see more uses that don't generate a lot of traffic. So offices, possibly some residential, low intensity commercial uses.
And lastly, I'll turn it over to the applicant. If you feel like there's any questions that we missed from the questions that were asked.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, I saw Steve Sitaway raise his hand. I moved him over.
Okay. Mr. Sidway, were there questions that were asked for you as well? You're looking a little Bohemian Rhapsody right now.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yep.
No, not questions. I actually have one question myself. Sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. I've been in communication back and forth during the hearing with our Pathways project manager, Kim, just to confirm something that I had a question about. It might be easiest to describe if we could bring up the slide that showed the pathway network. Can we switch to that one? I think it's number 13. Yes. This line that is shown actually does look correct, but there is a part that's missing. So as long as the conditions of approval are adopted as they're already written, we're fine. But from where the red line crosses what's shown as Levi Lane, it sounds like it might have a new name now, but there's also a requirement to continue south to the southern edge, yes, right there, of the subdivision to connect to a pathway that's being constructed in the Oaks subdivision below it. So I just want to make sure that that is also happening and hasn't been left off intentionally.
Mr. Mayor, council members, yes, this is also a 10-foot pathway. I neglected to show it on accident, but yes, it does run the full length to the southern end of the property.
Okay, that takes care of my concern. Thank you.
Thanks.
Patrick, did you guys have any additional comments to Mr. Hannenberg's questions that may have not been addressed by staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you, Mr. Hannenberg, for testifying. The notion of the gate on the north end of Serenity Lane was just part of a conversation today that we had with the neighborhood representative in a way to keep traffic from going down Serenity Lane on accident. If a gate isn't desirable for fire access there, I think there's other solutions we can provide, whether it's signage. We also have some space here that we can provide a turnaround point. So if people make the wrong turn, they immediately see this is a private road with a private community. It'll be simple for them to turn around. And this is some space that we more than happy to deed as part of the application. As staff said, the lighting study will happen during the conditional use permit process, and we are more than happy to work in creating lighting that is not going to be a distraction and that keeps the sky dark but keeps the parking lot safe. Down at the southern end of the property, there are 4 homes that are adjacent to this lot because of its location on the corner. This particular homeowner is actually one of the landowners for this overall project. He supports the project. He's in favor of it. He is fine with the 4 neighbors adjacent to his parcel. Initially, first Planning and Zoning Commission, we had 5 lots adjacent to his, and we added this green space here to alleviate. And we actually made the lots quite a bit larger than we initially had them. Again, if and when in the future Serenity Lane does terminate at the north end at this point, it makes this access point even all the more critical. So we're happy that it's planned here and that it'll be there for future fire access. As of now, with the gate, it can be something that's for emergency use only, but that will be a primary access point in the future if the north access point goes away on Chinden. And then just just to touch on some of the coordination we've had with the neighborhood. I believe it was December 17th of last year, so coming on a year that we had our very first neighborhood meeting with this project. Seems like 5 years ago with how this year's gone, but that was our first neighborhood meeting. We had a follow-up neighborhood meeting in the springtime, and then we had another conditional use permit meeting specifically about the medical campus. So we actually had 3 official neighborhood meetings. That doesn't count the number of phone calls I've had with members of the neighborhood of Peregrine Heights, text messages, emails, you name it. A couple hours each month, past 3 months at these public hearings, working through some of these issues. And we've made a lot of concessions. We made a lot of changes. We've gotten a lot of really valuable input that has made this project better and as best as I think we can possibly make it at this point. The concerns brought up today are completely valid, and they completely make sense as far as the frontage road and transportation access and things like that. And that's just going to be part of the project because of the way the code reads and the way the project is situated. I think we've made a lot of accommodations to be the best possible neighbor we can be. We think that the medical campus is a really integral part of this overall project and making it a true mixed use community, but also an economic hub and a tax base for the city of Meridian. I just want to touch on 2 other points that were brought before that we hadn't had a chance to comment on. The multifamily portion over here, like we said, there is one common management company. So there is one point of contact in the case of fire and emergency. And that's the intent, and that's the purpose of having that single management company, is to ensure that the whole community is safe for emergency responses. That's the way that these projects function that we build in neighboring municipalities around the Treasure Valley. And lastly, the parks, there's some discussion on the amount of land that we are given for parks, excluding the buffers. I just also want to touch on, there is a future school site over here with school amenities, whether it's ball fields or playgrounds and things like that. That is another part of this project that's not being shown, but it is a neighborhood amenity, and it is part of a public facility that could be used by citizens of this area. And as far as the Parks and Rec, we think we've done a really good job in scattering these usable pocket parks with actual amenities, but also leaving some area for creative space and be able to, throw a baseball or kick a soccer ball or pull a kid on a sled. So I think we're really proud of this project. We're proud of what the community will become as it grows in the future. And is there anything else that?
I think you covered it.
Okay, I think that covers some of the questions. If you all have any more questions, we're open to them.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have anyone who has raised their hand wishing they wish to testify, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Patrick, I don't know if that intended to be your wrap up or not, but council, any additional questions for the applicant before we officially go to them for any final comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
A couple of questions. Patrick, on your last comment, help me understand how this school site is part of the project without any apparent connectivity. At least the way, from what we're looking at on the screen right now, is a good example. What road connects to the east?
Sure. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up a different map.
Yeah, do the.
This probably shows it the best. So I stated at the very beginning, but there's about 28 acres here that's owned by West Ada School District. And the history here is a lot of these parcels in this area were illegally subdivided many, many years ago. So in order to have this particular parcel owned by West Ada School District legally annexed and zoned, their option was to join in our plat. And so it's shown here strictly for the intention of getting annexed and zoned. Because it's owned and will be developed by the school district itself, it's not necessarily part of our phasing plan or our project, but it is part of this application. This road here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's West Ramblin Street. That is part of the school district parcel. It's kind of like a panhandle, and that is their access road to the collector road and into their project. And that's also a ACHD collector road that will eventually connect to Black Cat.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
The second question concerns the out parcel on that northeast corner. Correct. So it's not part of this application, but your reference to the other, the map that shows as if it were. Yeah, so this is the actual application in plat, but you've got another one that has, there you go. So that parcel, it looks like it's about 130 feet wide, and it looks to be completely useless. So why wouldn't we wait until that parcel is part of this application, at least with an affidavit of interest that allows you to include it? Because I don't see any scenario where the application makes sense without it. And it sounds like, to your credit, you might not either, which is why this is what's shown to us. So why wouldn't we wait until that is 100% certainty part of this?
So this is kind of getting into the minutia of that. Sorry, Mayor and council members. This is kind of getting the minutia of that particular parcel and how the deal is currently structured. That parcel, it is a very kind of oddly sized and shaped parcel. We are including it and showing it here because it was recommended by staff to not leave any parcels not included. And also it works better as an overall project and allowing us to have this as far away from there as possible and offering 2 points of access along Levi Lane. Because of the way the contract is negotiated for that parcel, a significant amount of money would go hard upon getting it fully under contract and getting it part of this application. The intent with the strategy of the negotiation is, if this greater parcel is annexed and zoned, it gives the hospital enough confidence to go hard on the earnest money for this out parcel based on the negotiations. If we wait, or if it's part of this application and then for whatever reason it does not go through, it is a very expensive out parcel that is now not usable for the desired intent. So like I said before, we do want to have this out parcel part of this application, part of this project. We want to bring it in during the conditional use permit process, annex and zoning, and showing this building as part of it. We wanted to show it in both ways because we wanted to show that the project can be developed and could be developed without this out parcel. Our complete intent is for it to look like this at the end of the day, but because our application excludes that out parcel, we are showing it here. It can be developed like this, it can work, but that is not how we want it to be, and that's not how, if we're approved tonight and if we're annexed and zoned tonight, this out parcel now becomes part of the project. There's enough security there for the hospital to move forward with the acquisition of that parcel, and so this will be part of the conditional use design of the application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Just quick follow-up, Patrick. That's amongst a lot of good concerns that have been raised, I think, by the public and fellow council members. That one for me is paramount, meaning the absence of that as part of this is a critical omission. We've seen other projects where you have, where there's an adjacent parcel under contract and you have a binding affidavit of interest or an automatic trigger upon annexation, and there's zero room for any opportunity for it not to be included. And just the remarks about even a potential that it might not be included. Anything can go sideways unless you already have it locked up contractually with absolute certainty. It doesn't sound like you're there yet, and there's risk, I understand, with money going hard without it. That's the concern, because while this project technically could go forward without it, oftentimes we've been reluctant and have said maybe it's not time yet because the parcels aren't complete. And this, for me, that was one of the concerns in prep for this, that I was hoping there was a different answer. I just didn't see anything which provided certainty, and leaving that out parcel, even if it's really unlikely, but the likelihood is greater than zero, or you can't guarantee it won't happen, that parcel would be a problem for a long, long time, and perhaps completely unbuildable. So those are some of the concerns on that issue alone that I don't know how that survives today. Quite frankly, that's a big one.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, thanks for your comments. I mean, this is obviously something that's been a very big deal throughout the duration of this whole project. And my understanding is, I haven't been involved since the beginning of us working on this, but my understanding is that we were trying to get a hold of the property owner for that out parcel for quite some time to get them to be a part of this project at the very beginning of it. And we're unable to make contact then. As the project came to fruition, obviously there was more interest from the out parcel in being included. And as such, it's kind of brought forth a weird situation where it's almost like catch-22, where, if we include them at a certain point, then they know that their property is valuable, and it just kind of becomes, it would be tricky, I guess, to require us to include them as part of this, knowing that they would be the only reason we'd get maybe a recommendation or an approval in this case, if that makes sense. I'd be interested to maybe see what Bill Neri thinks, or if there's legal counsel here, just to kind of see how that would work, just because I'm not familiar with that whole, how that kind of, it just seems a little bit, it could be strange, I think.
This is Betsy. Can I chime in here? This is Betsy from HCA West Valley. So we actually have, if it's not executed yet, we are almost to having an executed purchase and sale agreement on that property. We're already looking at demolition. We're already looking at demolition companies. The seller was out of town and unavailable for several weeks. I mean, it's been a very challenging situation just to get them to, kind of to get it done. But we have. We've agreed on all the terms, and we have that PSA. If it's not executed, then it's very close to being executed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the update. And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, but I think it's beneficial for you for sure, just to hear that concern. There have been very rare circumstances in different applications in prior years where the unintended event actually occurred, and you have, whether it's a spite strip or just the extremely rare but problematic out parcel or spite strip that in hindsight we could have avoided. And so that's why I'm being, at least just trying to openly express that concern, that we've seen it happen before. Nothing's a deal till it's a deal. So without that 100% certainty, and maybe that comes very soon, but it's not here tonight. So amongst the other areas of concern, that one's just a problem.
I completely agree personally. I think it's hard to judge a book by a different cover. Until that covers part of it, you don't get to approve this project based on what may or may not happen in the future. You can only approve based on what's in front of you today, in my personal opinion. So maybe a suggestion at the time we are at, Councilwoman Schrader had a suggestion to put this off for additional opportunities to talk to the residents. I don't know if that's as important as it is for this out parcel to be determined if it will be part or not officially of a future application. And if additional time would allow that to be wrapped up since we hear it's close. As well as talk to the residents still. Yes, Councilwoman Schrader.
I could just summarize, I guess, where my head is at. I feel like I just don't personally, I just don't think we're there yet. I also don't think there's any sense in rushing through something that's not fully fleshed out of this size and scope. I'd be okay with making a motion to continue it. I guess I'd hope, not only that we could, certainly the developer would have an opportunity if they wanted to take it to continue the good work they've done in working with the neighbors, flesh out any more concerns, hopefully come back to us with that remaining parcel acquired or under a contract or something more certain, to Councilman Borton's point. And then I personally still have a few concerns about the multifamily development, the different ownership of those buildings, and wanting to see some type of an amenity there, and open space concerns that remain. Guess if my fellow council members feel differently, if they want to chime in, otherwise I'll make a motion to continue.
I'm getting general agreement that that would be the direction, the preference from your council. Maybe a question for the applicant or Betsy, if she's still here. How long until they think further decisions could be made upon the out parcel?
We believe that sorry, Mr. Mayor, council members, we believe that the contract is there. The buyer has just been out of the country off and on throughout this year, and so it's been hard to pin down. So we think that the purchase and sale agreement can be executed very shortly, and it can be included in the application.
Very shortly during the holidays, is that January 5th? Or further out than that?
You go through the whole P&Z. We had to do it in the neighborhood meeting. Okay. We would need time, and maybe staff can advise us here, because we're actually changing the application. We will have to renotice the neighbors, have an additional neighborhood meeting before the next hearing. If we can get a variance from that, we would appreciate it. And just have the application show as it's shown on the screen now as the intended plan, since that will have an affidavit, and the out parcel will be part of the application.
Mr. Mayor, this is Sonia.
Yes, Sonia.
If I just want to speak up, if we're going this direction, if this property is obtained and they do file a request for annexation, that part has to go back to the commission. Well, not back to the commission, but it has to go to the commission, and they have to make a recommendation to council. Are you thinking of delaying this application that long? Anyway, just a consideration for you to be aware of.
Mr. Neri, I know at one point in time, the question was that they would do something through the CUP for that out parcel. How would you envision this moving forward if it was delayed with that as part of the process?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what I thought I heard Mr. Connor say was that their intention would be to bring that back with the CUP and an annexation at the same time. So I think that was their intent. If they want to do it now, Sonia's correct. They're going to have to amend this application, restart the process, put this on hold to get that other one to catch up to this one so that it's one project. Or I guess alternatively, I know this is a delay as well, but it sounds like that's the direction council is considering. You could remand this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission because it still has to get amended, attached, connected together, one project, reviewed as a whole, all of the neighborhood meetings, all of that has to be done over. So either way, this either sits till it catches up to it or it goes back and they all get connected together at P&Z.
So I guess I'll ask the applicant, based upon those directions, if they have a desired way to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Sonia. May I interrupt real quick?
Yes, Sonia.
The out parcel annexation would really be separate from the conditional use permit for the hospital. The medical office building doesn't require a conditional use permit. That wouldn't prohibit them from bringing in two separate applications, a conditional use permit for the hospital and an annexation for the medical office building. But they're not really the same application. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Frankly, and I'm not tracking any of that. So I think there could be some benefit, honestly, to going back to planning and zoning, because I feel like they'll be able to hear the concerns from council and help maybe iron out some more details if it's needed. I guess I think there's a consensus from council that we're not ready to make a decision on this tonight because we don't feel like we have a full application. So I guess, does planning staff have a recommendation on the optimal way to do this, or does the applicant have a strong opinion and some timing that they want to suggest for a tentative or for a date to have a discussion?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I would like to maybe question if we could do another option in potentially tabling this application as it stands now to provide enough time to finalize the purchase agreement that Betsy mentioned, with the condition, obviously, that we would need to annex and zone that parcel to be able to use it as part of this project, and potentially maybe add some information or some phrasing to the DA to that effect. Is that maybe an option, just so that the rest of the project doesn't get held up too much, just knowing how long this process usually takes? Is that something that the council might consider?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just so I understand, is the applicant requesting that we approve part of the project to move forward and not the entirety of it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, no, that's, I'm sorry if I'm incorrectly stated that. I'm asking if we could maybe continue this project with the knowledge that we haven't yet acquired that parcel, but the understanding that it's quite possible that we will. Essentially, if I guess the way I'm thinking about it is, if we'd come to you with this project and said, hey, we just bought this parcel, it's included in this concept plan, you could potentially have approved the project as you see it now, with the understanding that we would have to obviously annex that parcel in and zone it before we could develop it. and then potentially include a condition or something phrasing wise in the development agreement that would state that we would need to do those things to be able to develop the parcel. The reason being the residential and the medical campus are, although in the same project, they're both, you know, they have different timelines and different different phasing planned, and it would hold the rest of the project up contingent on the medical campus's movement, I guess.
Mr. Mayor.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Members of Council, I guess one of the concerns I have, and I don't know if Sonia has an opinion about this, but the problem with that, Stephanie, is that the record itself will be very disjointed, because you're going to have a record that only thing they're going to be technically listening to at planning and zoning is the annexation of that one out parcel. And a very broad conversation on how it's going to connect to something else that's not in front of them. And then it's going to come back with this map that you're showing us tonight, which actually isn't the project map. It's the proposal if you hit the other piece. So the council is really considering what you have, not what you might have. And so it really isn't the same thing. I know it seems small, but from a legal standpoint, if we were to be challenged on this decision, a district court's going to have a very hard time trying to piece this together as a one project when it's really now presented as two projects. It isn't simply like adding a piece to a campus like with St. Luke's where they added the northern pieces. Those were different. So I'm really concerned about trying to just even hold it until the other one catches up. It makes more sense to me from a legal standpoint to remand it back, get this amended, get your meetings done, get the noticing done, look at the project as a whole, and then there's one decision based on one giant fact and record than two.
Council, you've heard your recommendation from legal. So I would either suggest you're going to do an up or down on what you have in front of you with an out parcel, or remand back to planning and zoning for further direction at that point in time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I move that we remand file H 2020-0047 back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So before we need to close a public hearing, and technically, I don't think I've given the applicant the final statement yet. Should be remanded or closed first.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's okay to leave the record open because you're going to probably have people writing in or providing comments. So that's not a problem for the record. Probably should give the applicant the last word first before you make a motion.
Okay. So would the applicant like to make any final comments before the motion you heard moves forward?
No, Mr. Mayor, council members, we don't have any more comments on that. We defer to the legal advice.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, for your comments on that. That does make sense.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Do I need to make my motion again?
Yes, make it one more time. And Mr. Neri, any specific comments that you'd like to have included in that motion?
Mr. Members of Council, I think Councilmember Schrader, I think simply the remand is again to reconsider this application with the additional out parcel being added. It sounded as if the council would not be interested in this project without it. So if that's your desire, I would include that. They will have this record, so they will have all your comments besides that. So that would be my only suggestion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So moved.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly, we don't, to the applicants, we appreciate your patience and the somewhat clumsy nature of this process, but it really is truly designed to make sure we have an opportunity to get it right. In the very few times we remand a project to P&Z, there's been really good reason for it, and there's been things have gotten better. So it's not done lightly. We understand time is critical, but I think you can appreciate the concern on this particular issue. So that's all.
Council, any additional comments on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
do we need to select a date for their hearing at this time, or will that be handled separately?
That'll be handled separately.
Okay.
Hearing no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. And the item is remanded. Thank you very much for working through that this evening, and we look forward to seeing the complete, full, better project hopefully soon.
Thank you all. Appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Okay, next item up is ordinance. Will be the third reading in the ordinance number 20-1905. I'll turn this over, ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is third reading of ordinance number 20-1905, an ordinance amending Meridian City Code Section 10-1-1 regarding adoption of 2018 International Building Code, 2018 International Residential Code, 2018 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, 2018 International Existing Building Code, and respective local amendments, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-1-2 regarding amendments to International Building Code, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-1-3 regarding amendments to International Residential Code, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 10-1-4 regarding amendments to International Energy Conservation Code, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-2-3B regarding plumbing permit and inspection fees, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-3-3E regarding electrical permit and inspection fees, repealing and replacing Title 10, Chapter 4, Meridian City Code regarding adoption of the 2018 International Fire Code and local amendments thereto, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-5-1 regarding adoption of 2018 International Mechanical Code, 2018 International Fuel Gas Code, 2018 International Residential Code Parts 5 and 6, and respective local amendments, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-5-2 regarding amendments to 2018 International Mechanical Code, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-5-3 regarding amendments to the International Fuel Gas Code, amending Meridian City Code Section 10-5-4H-M regarding amendments to Part 5 Mechanical and Part 6 Fuel Gas of the 2018 International Residential Code, adopting a savings clause and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council, and those present. You've heard this read by title. Is there anybody who would like it read in its entirety? Seeing no one ask for that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I move that we approve ordinance number 201905 with a suspension of rules.
No suspension is necessary.
Oh, because she read the entirety.
It's we had all three readings through over 3 weeks, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second to the motion to approve?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve third reading or ordinance number 20-1905. Is there a discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Mr. Mayor.
The ayes have it.
To mention during the adoption of the agenda that we no longer need executive session. Item 5, we handled that business in our previous executive session after the workshop.
So you're moving to vacate item 5 from the agenda?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burt.
I move that we vacate item 5 from the agenda this evening.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to vacate item 5. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
Motion and second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.